Dear friends, welcome to the conference Global Crisis, Italy, the future depends on us. We Italians have organized this conference here in Italy because we feel it is necessary to address the citizens of our country and to deliver the most important information to each and every one of you. We understand the serious crisis that our beloved Italy is facing right now, and we realize that you are facing it in your lives and hear about it every day in the news.
But the news doesn't tell us the most important thing. They don't tell us what's really happening to the climate, both in our country and across our planet. However, the climate crisis is by far the most important crisis for all of us. Why? Because when climate disasters come to our homes, we are no longer worried about problems at work and the high cost of utilities. We are trying to save our lives and the lives of our loved ones. Meanwhile, cataclysms are hitting us, Italians, more and more often. We are unprepared for them. We become completely vulnerable as the climate floods our cities more and more frequently. Wildfires burn our forests and volcanoes become active yet more suddenly.
We cannot do anything against climate disasters because we don't see the whole picture and don't understand the true causes. That is why we would like to start today's conference by analyzing the climate situation on our planet and in Italy in particular. Now it is the most important topic for each of us. I'm sure you will soon understand why.
We, Italians, have already witnessed an unprecedented increase in climate disasters in our country. Many of our citizens are forced to leave their homes or are left with nothing as a result of natural cataclysms. But this is just the beginning. What is the reason for such dramatic changes on the planet? What is ahead of us, and what is the solution? Today, many respected scientists and speakers will talk about this at the conference. Right now, the conference Global Crisis, Italy, the future depends on us, is being broadcast in many countries of the world with simultaneous interpreting into 39 languages. Because what we are going to talk about today here in Italy concerns the whole world.
Climate cataclysms are on the rise and will become catastrophic in the near future. We would like to make it clear at the very beginning that global warming caused by anthropogenic CO2 emissions cannot be the only or main cause of the current natural disasters. The reason is different. Today, at this conference, you will learn about years of interdisciplinary work by leading scientists all around the world. This will give you a comprehensive understanding of what is happening to the planet. We'll also talk about how we can solve the climate problem once and for all.
So, let's begin. To better understand what is happening to the climate, let's see what disasters Italians have already faced in recent times.
According to the European Severe Storm Laboratory, in just 8 months of 2023, Italy has seen 2,648 dangerous climate events. That's an average of 11 extreme events per day. Our country is devastated by the most powerful climate disasters, the number and destructive power of which are growing rapidly. Look at the graph. It shows the progression of natural disasters in Italy from 2010 to August of 2023. If in 2018, there were about 1,000 of them, then in 2022, there were over 3,000, and this year, there are already 2,648 climate disasters. However, 2023 is not over yet. Even a school child can calculate the progression of catastrophes and make a forecast for the coming years. Here's this progression. The number of natural disasters in 2028 will reach such a point where it won't even fit in this graph. Do you think it will be possible to live on the territory of Italy with such a quantity of catastrophes? After all, it will be just 5 to 6 years from now. Hasn't anyone told you about this yet? But it's happening right before your eyes. With natural disasters still being labeled as a bad weather. Do you think anyone is dealing with this issue seriously? At the same time, climate catastrophes are escalating, which cannot be related to anthropogenic factor and also cannot be explained by the increase in CO2. So why don't we Italians, along with the rest of the world, realize the obvious and accept reality? Floods. Italy, due to its geographical location, has historically faced the risk of floods, landslides, and coastal erosion. However, dramatic climate change has recently expanded the risk zone enormously. In 2022, nearly 94% of all municipalities in the country were already at risk. In 2023, nearly 40,000 people were affected and evacuated due to landslides and floods in just 6 months. It is twice the cumulative total of the last 5 years. Furthermore, the number of unprecedented large-scale floods in our country is skyrocketing. You can see it in the graph. The number of these disasters has increased from less than 20 per year to 105. That is more than 5 times. The reason for this dramatic increase in floods and landslides is due to record-breaking downpours. They are called water bombs because extreme amounts of rainfall in a matter of minutes. The flooding in the Marche region in September 2022 was a catastrophic event. At that time, the province of Ancona was hit by a half year's worth of rainfall in less than 3 hours, causing an unprecedented flood. Residents compared it to a tsunami. In just 10 minutes, water rose by almost 1 meter. Unfortunately, not everyone managed to survive. The scale of destruction was enormous. The damages amounted to approximately 2 billion euros. In May 2023, another tragedy struck Emilia-Romagna. The region was hit by 2 waves of massive floods. At the beginning of the month, 300 millimeters of rain fell there, and 2 weeks later, the region suffered half a year's worth of rain in just 36 hours. According to experts' estimates, rains of such intensity can occur once in 100 to 150 years, and typically during the rainy season, in either fall or winter, but not twice in a spring month, as it happened in Emilia-Romagna. Tell me, those of you who are over 40 years old, do you remember such heavy downpours and floods before 2010? How often did they occur? What is the cause of these events? Look at this graph on the increase in ocean temperatures. In 2023, an all-time record was broken. The ocean has never warmed us so much and at such a catastrophic rate. The warmer the ocean gets, the more moisture it evaporates. This means more precipitation and more floods. Remember the progression of increasing climate disasters. Compare this to the warming of the ocean. Are we still going to reassure ourselves that it's just a bad weather and nothing serious is happening? At the same time, we're facing another problem. Precipitation is no longer evenly distributed across the territory. In some regions, it falls locally and in a short period of time, while in others, it doesn't fall at all. This indicates chaotic and imbalanced atmospheric processes. That's why the citizens of Italy are facing such a paradox. Along with the increase in precipitation and floods, droughts are also on the rise, and this imbalance is observed not only in our country, but also all over the world. Drought. Look at the graph. The number of droughts in Italy and the damage caused by them are also increasing rapidly. Since 2021 onwards, this trend has skyrocketed. In the winter of 2021 to 2022, the situation was critical due to the lack of snow. According to the CIMA Research Foundation, the Alps received 53% less snow than usual. This year, the trend has continued. 2023 began for Italy with a severe winter drought, and the snow shortage has increased to 67%. Many Italians know how catastrophically fast the Alpine glaciers are melting. They're the source of surface and groundwater recharge in northern Italy. This has led to severe shallowing of rivers and reservoirs in the region. Over the past few years now, drought has been turning the Po River, the largest river in Italy, into a scarce water stream. In the spring of 2023, the water level in the river in some areas was 73% below the historical average. The filling percentage of Italy's major lakes ranged from 19% to 40%. while in Lake Garda, the water level dropped so much that people could walk where they had previously traveled by boat. As a result, in 2022, Italy faced the most serious hydropower crisis in the country's history. The graph shows that the production of this type of energy fell by a third, and in 2023, the trend continues. This is a serious blow to the country's energy sector, as hydroelectric power plants account for more than 15% of Italy's total electricity production. The Coldiretti Agriculture Organization is sounding the alarm. In 2023, the situation in agriculture is worse than last year, when the drought caused at least 6 billion euros in crop losses. This is driving up prices in the face of an inflation rate already at its 40-year high. And what will happen next, given the intensifying disasters? Currently, the water shortage for agriculture has reached 40%. 1 in 10 farms has stopped its work. At risk are the flagships of Italian cuisine: durum wheat, rice, tomatoes, and olive oil. But the fact that we may lose our favorite national dishes is not the worst part. Now, the water crisis has also affected drinking water. According to Francesca Vincenzi, president of AMBI, tap water is becoming a scarce service for 3.5 million Italians. Tell me, are you ready to accept not having tap water tomorrow? Extreme temperatures. Temperatures in Italy have been rising steadily in recent years. In this graph, we can see how rapidly summer temperatures are increasing compared to the norm. The record heat wave of the summer 2022 killed more than 61,000 people in Europe. Almost a third of them, 18,000 people, died in Italy. Experts estimate that 2022 was the hottest and driest year since weather observation began in the country. And in 2023, new records followed. July 18th was the hottest day on record in Rome, with staggering 42.9 degrees Celsius. On July 24th, a heat record of 47 degrees Celsius was also set in Palermo. And in the island of Sardinia, 48.2 degrees Celsius was recorded. This is a new heat record in July, not only for Italy, but also for the entire Europe. It's not just a heat wave. Experts are extremely concerned about a dangerous trend. Several records have been broken in a very short period of time, and the difference between their values has reached 3 degrees Celsius, whereas previously it was just tenths of a degree. Ask the older generation. Do they remember the temperature of 47 to 48 degrees Celsius in Italy? Do they remember experiencing such a heat wave? Wildfires. The increasing heat and drought are causing severe wildfires. 2021 became a black year for Italy as wildfires destroyed almost 160,000 hectares of land, which is larger than the province of Milan. At that, in 2022, wildfires in Europe reached an all-time high as recorded by satellite measurements. Let's take a look at the graph. The blue line represents the annual average of burned areas, while the red line is the area destroyed by wildfires in 2022. We are witnessing a threefold increase, and it is escalating. In the past few years, wildfires have begun to spread at lightning speed. According to ISPRA, Italian Institute for Environmental Protection and Research, wildfires in Italy destroyed an area comparable to the size of the city of Ravenna in just 8 months. But almost half of this area burned in just 3 days. The fire spread so rapidly that an area equivalent to 10 San Siro stadiums burned down in just a minute. Storms and tornadoes. According to ESWD, the number of storms and tornadoes in Italy is growing unprecedentedly. Every 5 years, starting from 2009, their number doubles. And in 2023, in just 8 months, there were as many storms and tornadoes as there used to be in the previous 5 years combined. This is happening due to the heating of the seas surrounding the Apennine Peninsula. In July 2023, the surface temperature of the Mediterranean Sea exceeded the norm by 5.5 degrees Celsius. This has increased the frequency of Mediterranean tropical cyclones. Last winter, 3 such events formed off the coast of Italy, which is a record since the beginning of observations. The number of hailstorms is also increasing, and the falling hail can hardly be called precipitation. These are icy cobblestones falling from the sky. In July 2023, the European record for the largest hailstones was broken twice in Italy within 5 days. First, it was 16 centimeters, and then 19 centimeters. Do you remember hail like this falling before? It is not just the size of hail that has grown. In the last decade, it has fallen more frequently with over a 30% increase. And on July 22, 2023, 46 hailstorms hit Lombardy and Emilia-Romagna in just one day, destroying hundreds of hectares of crops. Are you sure you heard that? In just one day, 46 hailstorms. In 2022, Italy experienced an unprecedented surge in the number and severity of natural disasters, and they continue to increase at record speed, causing enormous damage. Over the last 40 years, Italy has suffered losses from floods, landslides, and heat waves totaling 82 billion euros. However, in the last 2 years alone, 2021 and 2022, the damage totaled 24.5 billion euros. In 2023, flood damages in Emilia-Romagna in just 1 month exceeded 9 billion euros. Our country is setting records, but they're nowhere near the records we can be proud of. On the contrary, it is a series of climate disasters that are destroying our future at a record pace. In the blink of an eye, Italians are losing not only their possessions and homes, but also what is most precious, their lives. Look at the graphs. No one will tell us about it in the news. If we remain silent, what future awaits Italy and us Italians? If we continue to ignore and turn a blind eye, nothing will go back to normal tomorrow. We're the only ones who can defend our lives. Whether we like it or not, the responsibility lies with us.
I'm speechless. Even though this video only showed a part of the climate disasters that have occurred in recent years, we know there have been many more. But this video gives us a complete picture of cataclysm growth dynamics, both worldwide and here in Italy. Look, the year isn't over yet, and there have already been thousands of cataclysms in Italy.
Yes, I too was shocked by the enormity of what is happening. We see that not a day goes by without reports of natural disasters. It's painful to realize that we are defenseless and powerless in the face of these natural phenomena. On any given night, one can be awakened by screams and horrible noises and see one's home destroyed by natural force. Your life and the lives of your loved ones are at risk.
This is what happened recently in Emilia-Romagna during a devastating flood. This is an example of our cruel climatic reality. We managed to speak with the residents of Faenza who lived through this nightmare. Let's watch together what the eyewitnesses have to say.
Just a moment passed, all bridges were flooded, and suddenly a wall of water appeared.
And in a matter of seconds, everything was taken from us.
In apartments, there was only 30 centimeters of air left. They would have died there. I mean, these apocalyptic scenes can only be understood by those who were here, who experienced this.
We are in Emilia-Romagna, the region that suffered the most from the floods which occurred on the 16th and 17th of May. In this region, 23 rivers overflooded, 280 landslides occurred, and 400 roads were destroyed. 41 municipal areas were affected. Bologna, Fralicesena, and Ravenna suffered the most. Today, we are in Faenza.
This is a city, a street where people lived peacefully. And in a matter of seconds, everything was taken from us. Our work, our efforts. Guys, absolutely everything went underwater.
Suddenly, around 3 o'clock, a torrent of water came down from above, and then there was nothing. Nothing. Just a moment passed, all bridges were flooded, and suddenly a wall of water appeared. In less than an hour and a half, the water level rose from a low level exponentially. They began to close bridges and evacuate people, and I could no longer go back to the shop to save at least something.
The wave came and it seemed like a waterfall, like the sound of a waterfall. And in a while, I don't know, we saw the water going up and we went up one floor, and after that I was watching all night. They turned off the light. My elderly parents were with me, and I prepared them, dressed them, in case we had to go up, and after that, the next evening, we were evacuated in a rubber boat.
I saw people being rescued by helicopters and rubber boats. People were by the windows when the water entered the house.
Yes, I lost my business, a hair salon right on the street. There was 3 meters of water inside, so the entire building is gone.
I live on the ground floor, and the water reached the level of 2 meters or so. Those who were downstairs, who didn't manage to evacuate. For instance, my neighbor managed to escape through the window. The water was up to his neck. He survived, thank God. This happened to many families who completely lost their homes. So, there truly was divine providence here. I think that at least one floor of the house remained, and we managed to save our lives and the lives of our loved ones. Unfortunately, there were casualties as well. I hope that step by step, little by little, we will be able to receive some aid. I'm asking because there are those who unfortunately don't have money to buy a new home, to live in normal conditions, as they have truly lost everything.
We didn't expect anything like this, and a week before, there was no alarm, nothing. This time, the alarm signal was given, but we all thought they were exaggerating it because it wasn't given a week before, and we said, "Mamma mia, they're making a big deal out of it." But in fact, it's not that we didn't understand, it's just that they didn't provide proper information about the real danger we were facing. We were sure that at most we would be flooded again by half a meter in the garage. I mean, we were sure of this. We weren't prepared for such an event. It's something unimaginable, surreal, out of this world. People were on roofs calling for help. In apartments, there was only 30 centimeters of air left. They would have died there. Elderly women with children were being rescued from attics. I mean, these apocalyptic scenes can only be understood by those who were here, who experienced this. Excuse me. It's terrible. There is a river here, so I cannot know what will happen, but such a thing has never occurred in our area before. Actually, they're supposed to have evacuation plans, safety plans in case of such major disasters. However, there are definitely no such rescue plans in Italy.
The situation here is truly very difficult. There are those who have really lost everything, and our strength lies in these guys who are here and who are helping to clear tons and tons of mud.
From the bottom of my heart, I sincerely want to thank all these guys who are everywhere here, because they are truly doing a crucial job. I'm just at a loss for words.
It's nice to see this. If I had any doubts about people's humaneness, if there's anyone who's talking about it, just come here and look at the affected areas.
Thank you to all the volunteers who came here and to all people who surround us. We need everyone, but above all, we need your warmth, your support. Because in this material life, nothing matters but people around us. They mean a lot. We lack the words to express our gratitude.
Emotional state. In such times, you only see the negative, the damage, people's despair. But at the same time, I see so much strength in our people of Faenza and Emilia-Romagna as a whole. And amidst all this negativity, there is one positive aspect: the people whom I want to thank from the bottom of my heart. These are the volunteers. Although many believe or say that young people don't want to do anything nowadays, a lot of young people have actually shown the opposite in places like Faenza and other cities.
What would you like to say to people who have never been in such situations and perhaps watch this and think, but this won't happen to me, right?
We also thought that way, but unfortunately, it can happen. In this area, we can't remember events like this happening for so many years. Because you always imagine that you are on a happy island, and as you said, it will never happen to you. But eventually, it does happen. The only thing I can advise is to always stick together. That's the most important, because on your own, you won't do much.
We see similar situations now in the rest of the world. They're becoming the norm, unfortunately. In places where this happens, it leads to destruction. The problem is that now, as in this case, it's no longer localized. My father is still alive, and he tells me that even the Second World War didn't cause such a massive destruction, because the front was along the Sinjo River, and only some areas were subjected to bombing. It's like carpet bombing. I mean, on the very first day, I looked at the houses on Lapi Street, which is behind us. It seemed like they dropped a napalm bomb. It was shocking. I want to say that videos absolutely don't give a real sense of what's happening. It's truly similar to an apocalypse. I'm in shock. Even though there was a warning about the impending disaster, people didn't expect the flood to be so severe and rapid. It seemed to them the water would rise gradually. They really couldn't imagine that a massive wall of water would suddenly appear and instantly sweep away everything in its path. We express our deepest condolences to all those affected by this terrible disaster.
I join you in offering condolences. It's a loss for all of us. Unfortunately, it's clear that we are not prepared for the new climate reality. The destructive power of climate disasters is rapidly increasing. An eyewitness said the devastation after the floods was worse than that after bombings. We expect that in case of an emergency, rescue will arrive, but with disasters of this magnitude, no country is capable of organizing the necessary aid. And all this because we still don't realize the seriousness of what's happening.
Yes, and we need to quickly grasp the extent of the climate crisis we are experiencing and that will progress. We must realize the danger of the situation. After all, what is the main problem, or, more precisely, who is the problem? The core issue is us, human beings. Moreover, People say that if emergency services don't warn us about disasters, it's their fault. And if they do, they are still to blame, because they are too intrusive or because they raise unwarranted alarms. We should be grateful to those who alert us, as it's extremely difficult to calculate or predict a climate catastrophe. We don't know exactly what and where the next disasters will happen. Today, no one knows anything about climate disasters, what will happen, where it will happen, and how it will happen. It's time to grow up. If we don't value our own lives, how can we value the lives of others?
Do you know what I realized while watching the eyewitness video of the flood in Faenza? For those who haven't faced the harsh weather yet, cataclysms may seem like just a show, numbers and facts. But behind all of these, there are the fates and lives of people.
But do we really need a major tragedy to understand that humanity must come first? How many more disasters have to occur before all people realize that nothing is more important than human life? When each of us values our own life and the life of others, then we will take the warnings of impending catastrophes seriously. Let's now hear what the scientists are warning us about.
At the forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, an international team of scientists presented a mathematical model that not only describes the causes of catastrophes, but also shows their subsequent development, the exact sequence of events that will unfold. Many things scientists had already warned us about have already occurred. Increased earthquakes, intensified volcanic activity, ocean warming, and much more. And now, we have the honor to introduce our distinguished speakers. John Ahn, PhD in Chemical Engineering with an MBA, expert in the development and commercialization of new technologies in the fields of energy, chemical processes, and natural sciences. John Ahn holds an MBA from INSEAD, a PhD in Chemical Engineering from Technical University of Munich, and an MS from the University of California, Berkeley. Anastasia Pashagreva, Research and Development Scientist, PhD in Chemistry. Anastasia collaborates with scientists within the independent international platform Scientific Community, which is part of the Creative Society Project. She has conducted dozens of interviews with experts in various fields. Anastasia coordinates the research in functional and chemical changes in the atmosphere and is part of a team of analysts that collects data and studies the growth of seismic activity on the planet. Anastasia, John, why are all these cataclysms hitting us right now? And in your opinion, what is the greatest threat Italy will face in the near future?
Hello, dear organizers and participants of the conference. I would like to express my gratitude for invitation to speak today. It is a great honor for me to present the results of the work of the Creative Society Project, which includes scientists, experts, and researchers from different countries. Our goal is to provide accurate information about the processes happening on our planet. We will share conclusions of a climate report which were presented at the international forums, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, and Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. These reports were translated into 150 languages. We will also present the key findings of the global forecast of climate catastrophes for Italy and the world. These research findings will help you to understand why the current catastrophes are occurring. And the most importantly, today, we will answer the question, what is the primary danger that Italy is about to face in the near future? In addition, today, we will introduce a solution that Creative Society can offer in the face of climate collapse. As we were preparing for this conference, we were struck by the number of catastrophes that impacted Italy in a short period. It is a real tragedy. The residents of Italy may have grown accustomed to the disasters due to the country's geographical location and to the fact that after each terrible storm, everything returns to normal and the life is restored. However, now we are facing different reality. These cataclysms are occurring more and more frequently, and there are no longer breaks between them, but avalanche of cataclysms on the same territory. Waves of scorching heat, prolonged droughts, abnormal precipitation, violent hurricanes, uncontrollable fires. These are only visible aspects of the climate nightmare, while what is happening inside our planet often remains invisible, like the hidden part of the huge iceberg. All these disasters are not just a series of random events, they are pattern. Today, you will learn how processes within the Earth shape global climate changes that we observe on its surface. According to the mathematical model presented at the forum Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, developed by an international scientific group, the growth of climate catastrophes is happening in a geometric progression. And here, there is an important question from our hosts. Why is this happening?
I want to emphasize that we're not talking about greenhouse gases or CO2 emissions. Many scientists have attempted to link climate change to human activities, but the rate at which disasters are growing outpaces all predictions made by these scientists. What we are experiencing today, what the residents of Italy and other countries are enduring, according to these scientists' forecasts, was not supposed to happen for another 50 to 100 years. Furthermore, in recent decades, there have been a sudden change in the Earth's geophysical parameters and magnetic field, along with an unprecedented increase in the number and strength of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. It is absurd trying to explain these catastrophes in terms of anthropogenic factor. Take a look at these graphs. You can see the increase in the number of earthquakes in Italy. Experts note that the tensions between the tectonic plates is increasing, which causes earthquakes. But at the same time, the number of earthquakes is also increasing worldwide. And this is not a mere coincidence. Take a look at these two graphs. Note that the increase in the number of earthquakes was recorded after 1995. This is a very important year, and we will talk about it more than once today. Since 1995, the number of earthquakes on the ocean floor has also begun to increase, especially along lithospheric plate boundaries marked in red on the map. Since 1995, there has been a sharp increase in the earthquakes occurring at a depth greater than 300 kilometers in the Earth mantle. These are called deep focus earthquakes. In essence, we observe that the sharp increase in the earthquakes is happening at enormous depth within the planet, on the ocean floor, and near the Earth's surface. There has been a significant increase in volcanic activity. Just in the first 6 months of 2023, there have been as many volcanic eruptions as there were in the entire year of 2022. These facts point to the global changes within the planet. Such enormous changes require immense energy, and I want to emphasize once again that these changes cannot be explained by increasing CO2 emissions. We're now dealing with a much more serious factor that causes abnormal changes in all layers of the Earth.
Thanks to the collaboration of scientists from different fields, we have managed to identify the cause of anomalous changes at the increasing frequency of catastrophe. We now understand that these changes occur cyclically every 12,000 years. Every 12,000 years, our planet goes through a series of climate disasters. Supervolcanic eruptions, devastating earthquakes, mega tsunamis, hurricanes and storms, deadly floods, and mega fires. Scientists have established this 12,000-year cycle by analyzing data from numerous sources, such as ice cores, ocean floor sediments, ash layers from eruptions and megafires, as well as from paleomagnetic studies, tectonic reconstructions, and archaeological findings. Thorough examination of the geological data has revealed that 12,000 years ago, our planet also faced catastrophic changes, similar to what we're already observing today. What happens every 12,000 years on our planet? Let us watch the next video.
Changes similar to what we now see occurred before the peak of the crushing disaster just about 12,000 years ago. Those events are called the Alarid Oscillation and the Younger Dryas glaciation that followed. 12,800 years ago, global temperatures rose as much as 15 degrees Celsius within just a few years. Most of the ice sheets suddenly melted, and the Earth emerged from a full ice age. At that time, there were extreme floods and other natural disasters, along with an intense sea level rise. The Gulf Stream stopped at that time, just as it is happening nowadays. Scientists from the University of Kansas have proven that about 12,800 years ago, there was a giant fire on Earth that covered a tenth of the entire planet's surface. Other researchers have also found that large fires raged in Siberia 12,000 years ago. Similarly, nowadays there are more and more large-scale fires that cannot be extinguished. Based on an analysis of satellite images, scientists have discovered that 10 to 13,000 years ago, the largest known dunes formed in the Sahara Desert and other regions, indicating the enormous strength of winds during the Younger Dryas. A short-term intensification of winds during that period has also been documented from Greenland ice cores data and research in Alaska. Nowadays, the same phenomena are happening on Earth as during the Younger Dryas. We see winds, hurricanes, typhoons, and tornadoes intensifying and destroying entire cities, razing them to the ground. Right at the cycle change 12,000 years ago, there was a very intensive seismic activity. This is indicated by radiocarbon data, as well as paleographic reconstructions of the Younger Dryas. During the same time period, more than 12,000 years ago, as well as now, there was a drastic weakening of the magnetic field and a pole shift, which was called the Gothenburg excursion. The reason for all these abrupt changes was an abnormal magmatic activity caused by changes in the core. This was expressed in large-scale volcanic eruptions that scientists recorded in the Younger Dryas by dust and traces of acid rains and glacial cores. Analysis of sediments found in Hall's Cave points to volcanic eruptions that caused a volcanic winter about 13,000 years ago, and glaciation across the globe. After the sudden warming in the Younger Dryas, an equally abrupt cooling occurred. This event caused a mass extinction of megafauna. Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found in the ice on the northern slopes of Siberia. There happened a drastic decline in the human population, including extinction of the Cro-Magnon. All of those catastrophic events occurred within just a few decades. The same catastrophic events occurred on the planet not only 12,000 years ago, but also earlier. Taking into account errors in dating, this cycle is very well traced in the geological data. Catastrophists among scientists wrote about it independently of each other in their books and works. Vladimir Bubnenkov, Vitaly Bushyev, Alexander Baturin, Igor Kopolov, Nikolai Petrov, Maynard White, Douglas Vogt, and many other scientists have come to understand the cyclicity of global cataclysms on Earth with a period of approximately 12,000 years. In geology, paleontology, and archaeology, there is numerous evidence of past disasters of this cycle. Each of these catastrophic events was characterized not only by abrupt changes in the climate situation, but also by complete geodynamic restructuring, weakening and excursion of the magnetic field, widespread disastrous volcanic eruptions, tectonic restructuring, atmospheric temperature variations by 10 to 15 degrees, and changes in the world's ocean levels by 20 to 50 meters, followed by large-scale glaciations. Since every cycle is accompanied by a change in the magnetic field and powerful volcanic eruptions, it clearly indicates that the cycle is associated with changes in the planet's core, just as it is happening now. We are entering the active phase of the cataclysmic cycle.
Every 12,000 years, there are catastrophic events. The magnetic field weakens. There is a sharp change in the climate. The average temperature on planet changes by 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. And there are large-scale destruction and extinction. All this happens because of changes in the Earth's core. So, what triggers such catastrophic changes on our planet? According to the research of International Group of Creative Society scientists, the cause of climatic and geodynamic changes on Earth is an external cosmic impact, which transfers additional energy to the Earth's core. This force directly affects the Earth's core and continuously pumps it with excess energy. This, in turn, causes the core to become unstable and amplifies the number and intensity of disasters. You can compare this to the constant, intense strain on a human heart. When the heart cannot cope with this load, it starts working less efficiently. The heart rhythm is disrupted, blood pressure rises, and the whole body faces major problems. The heart of our planet is its core, and due to constant external impact, the core is becoming less stable. We are already witnessing signs of these changes in the Earth's core.
The initial changes began precisely in 1995, when a sharp increase in the number of earthquakes occurred. The core synchronizes and stabilizes all processes on Earth. Changes in the core lead to abrupt changes in the key parameters of our planet. Like a dynamo machine, the core generates magnetic field, but due to continuous influx of excess energy, the core overheats. This heating disrupts the balance of the magnetic dynamo, resulting in the weakening of the Earth's magnetic field. Since 1995, it is weakened by more than 15% from the norm, while the magnetic North Pole has started to move faster, increasing its speed by 3.5 times. These are clear indications of changes in the core. In 1995, the rotation axis of the Earth sharply changed its trajectory. This is clearly illustrated in the graph on the right. The blue circles here represent previous rotation before 1995, and the orange represents a new trajectory which shows a shift in the planet's axis of rotation. This indicates a major imbalance of the entire system. The influx of excess energy into the Earth's core has caused an acceleration of the planet's rotation. Since 1995, our planet has begun to rotate faster, and this is not gradual, but abrupt. So we can see that in 1995, the following significant changes began to occur. Changes in the Earth's magnetic field, acceleration of the planet's rotation, shift in the trajectory of its rotation axis, and an increase in the number of earthquakes around the world and in Italy in particular. All these signs indicate a global change in the state of our planet's core. The core synchronizes and stabilizes all processes on Earth, and it remains stable for a long time. But in 1995, fundamental changes began, at the point of which the core became unstable. That's when cataclysms began. The imbalance in the system led to the core shifting northward, in the direction of Siberia, which happened in 1998. All of this is a result of external cosmic impact affecting the Earth's core. But similar to these changes on Earth, other planets in the solar system also started to show changes in their cores and geodynamic restructuring. It was found that when the core of the Earth shifted in 1998, the cores of other planets also shifted simultaneously. Calculations have shown that the centers of the mass of all planets have shifted relative to their geographical positions, which indirectly points to the core shifts. In addition, we're seeing changes already related to rotational dynamics, electromagnetic fields, and temperature regimes. All of this indicate that this is a planetary-wide process. This, in turn, allows us to conclude that these cycles are driven by the influence of external cosmic impact on all the planets within the solar system. The entire solar system goes through a cycle every 12,000 years, and every 24,000 years, this cycle has the highest intensity. Unfortunately, we're currently in the 24,000-year cycle, which is more catastrophic. Therefore, we're facing the worst-case scenario in which the death of all humankind and our planet is a real possibility. According to existing calculations, we will fully enter the cycle in 2024. But in fact, we can already see today that the world is starting to collapse. According to the archaeological data, the increase in the intensity and the frequency of natural disasters is occurring much faster than it had happened before in previous cycles. Changes in the core trigger a change of sequential changes in all layers of the Earth, and thus we're witnessing escalating cataclysms. In other words, the natural disasters that we're experiencing right now are consequences of this cycle.
Our planet is now entering an active phase of catastrophes, and Italy is facing extreme climatic events ahead of other countries in Europe. Soon, you will understand why this is happening. External cosmic impact on the Earth's core leads to the accumulation of excess energy and destabilizes the core. The area around the Earth's core starts to heat up, contributing significantly to the abrupt heating and magma uplift. This forces the heated magma to move from the core towards the surface. Italy is a tectonically active zone with numerous volcanoes, including active ones. This means that the huge magma reservoirs are close to the surface. It is this area that responds first to the rise of magma from the depths. As a result, we witness catastrophic increases in disasters, specifically on the territory of Italy, earlier than in other European countries. The rise in magma hits the ocean from the bottom up, and the rates of its heating are catastrophic. Italy, surrounded by water on the three sides, faced record temperatures in the Mediterranean Sea in July 2023. The hot magma is so active that it essentially melts through the Earth's crust from below and approaches underground water reservoirs. This process hits the crust and causes intense evaporation of both underground and surface water. Consequently, humidity in the atmosphere increases, leading to more intense precipitation and widespread flash floodings. Recent events, such as flooding in Faenza and the massive flood in Marche in 2022, illustrates this problem. Italy has been facing this issue for 2 consecutive years in the same region, which shows the seriousness of the situation. The heating of the water from below contributes to the formation of stable heat zones. This summer, heat waves have warmed the Mediterranean Sea, resulting in excess energy that can fuel formation of strong storms. Scientists predict that a high number of storms in the Mediterranean Sea in the near future, and this process will intensify. The rise in magma also causes the changes in wind patterns and wind strength, leading to more intense and sudden wind gusts. Local overheating of the Earth's crust can create prolonged updrafts of heat flows, resulting in extremely large hail, reaching up to 19 centimeters in size. And this is not the limit. Imagine a hail size of a watermelon falling on your head. As the magma rises, it puts greater pressure on the Earth's crust, causing seismic activity and opening up in new fault zones and cracks. This allows water to escape from the surface into the depths of Earth, causing the lakes and rivers to dry up. In the last 3 years, have you noticed how quickly water disappears from lakes and rivers? Even after a heavy rainfall, the water levels are not replenished. The water level in the Lake Garda in Italy reached a critical point in 2022 and still remains low, exposing a sandy path to the small island of San Biagio. So, let's briefly summarize. What we are observing in Italy is the result of hot magma rising, and these consequences manifest through a series of catastrophic events. All these disasters happening in Italy have one common cause: destabilization of the Earth's core. The changes happening inside our planet are shaping the atmospheric phenomena that we see on its surface. Based on the dynamics within the Earth, our mathematical model predicts that more devastating disasters await Italy, and what is currently happening in Italy will spread throughout Europe. It's important to understand that the climate situation will only get worse from here on.
I want to draw your attention to a very important point. Our planet endured all previous cycles of catastrophes, although with great losses, but this cycle could be the last. Events in the current cycle are unfolding much faster, and the conditions for the planet are much more dangerous, with a high probability that the planet will not be able to withstand the stresses of this cycle. Now, let's explain why this is happening. As you already know, climate changes on Earth are related to the cosmic impact that transfers additional energy to the Earth core. This activates the flow of hot magma that heat and erode the Earth's crust. In the previous cycles, our planet could withstand these changes, and the ocean played a significant role in cooling the Earth's crust and removing excess heat from the Earth's interior into the atmosphere and space. However, the ocean can no longer perform this function due to contamination by microplastics accumulated in its waters from human activities. Ocean pollutions alter its heat conductivity, making it less effective in cooling the Earth's crust and the magma beneath. In essence, the ocean is losing its ability to dissipate excess heat from the Earth's interior into the atmosphere. This leads to magma to heat up and rise more rapidly to the Earth's surface, which is observed in many parts of the world today. Look at this graph. It demonstrates the alarming trend of heat accumulating in the ocean, meaning that even more heat is accumulating within our planet's interior, further destabilizing the core. This in turn leads to even more destructive catastrophes. But the most dangerous aspect is that the rising magma causes an increase in earthquakes and volcanic eruptions.
Dear Italians, we are well aware that you are used to earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, but now it is time to draw your attention to important information that we are about to share. This is a matter that concerns not only your safety, but also the future of our planet. I'd like to emphasize that the 12,000-year cycle is characterized by catastrophic eruptions of volcanoes and supervolcanoes. In the graph, you can see when such eruptions occurred. The size of the circles reflects the size of eruption. Take a note of the big red circles. They indicate that every 24,000 years, volcanic eruptions are more catastrophic. Supervolcano eruptions during every 12,000-year cycle wiped out almost all life on the planet. Archaeological evidence suggests that during each of these catastrophic eruptions, entire species of Homo sapiens almost died out. Unfortunately, we are currently in another 12,000-year cycle, which overlaps with a more catastrophic 24,000-year cycle. Therefore, we are facing the worst-case scenario.
The most significant danger in the coming years is volcanic eruptions, including supervolcanoes. We've now entered a period when hot magma is ascending from the Earth's interior to the surface. On the Earth's surface, magma activity is primarily manifested by the changes in the eruption patterns of volcanoes, which is still in the preparation phase. However, we're already witnessing changes in several parameters during volcanic eruptions, keeping volcanologists astounded. The primary trend that we observe worldwide is a catastrophically rapid rate of magma ascent. On average, magma rise to the chamber of a volcano takes us from several months to a year. However, in 2014, the dormant volcano Borga Hraun, inactive for 1,000 years, awakened and astonished volcanologists. It took only 10 days for magma to rise from a depth of 24 kilometers or 50 miles to the surface. But this is an existing volcano with an established magma channel.
But nowadays, volcanoes began to appear in a matter of moments. For example, in 2019, before the eyes of researchers, a new underwater volcano was born off the coast of Mayotte, near the Madagascar, where it had never existed before. It typically takes decades or even centuries for a volcano to form, but here it took just a year to form a new magmatic channel in the 80 kilometers thick crust. This location is just above the region of hot, rapid magma ascent from the depth near the Earth's core. The activation of the core and the magma pressure lead to such a record-breaking ascent rates.
The rapid ascent and penetration of active deep magma into rocks are accompanied by a large number of earthquakes. The series of earthquakes resulting from magma intrusion is known as the earthquake swarm. The increase in the number and intensity of earthquake swarm from year to year has been well studied in some regions. The number of earthquake swarms continues to break records and can reach up to 85,000 in a half a year, as was the case with the Deception Island volcano off the coast of Antarctica in 2020.
The change in the magma composition to more deep-seated magma is increasingly described in volcano eruption studies. Deep-seated magma is hotter, more fluid, gas-rich, and destructive to the Earth's crust. Now, magma has enough energy to ascend from deep layers and erupt directly to the surface. For example, in January 2022, the volcano Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai set the new record for the most powerful volcanic eruption ever recorded. This eruption was so powerful due to the change in magma composition. The magma became hotter and more enriched with gases. Such lava composition had not been observed in eruptions of 2009 and 2014. In previous eruptions, magma lingered in the intermediate chamber, but this time, fresh magma quickly ascended from the deep layers to the surface.
In March 2021, Iceland's Fagradalsfjall volcano began erupting. Interestingly, the chemical composition of its lava changed more than 1,000 times faster than usual. This occurred due to consecutive magma flows rising from deep mantle layers. Fagradalsfjall erupted again in 2023. This eruption is the third consecutive one in the peninsula following similar eruptions in 2021 and 2022, and it is unlikely to be the last one. It marked a new era of volcanic activity in Iceland. What about Italy? Many have noticed more frequent eruptions of Mount Etna and Stromboli. However, for Italy too, the beginning of a new volcanic era has been announced. A recent study of an extremely powerful Stromboli eruption in 2019 suggests that the volcano's internal system may have changed, allowing magma from the depth to rise more easily, leading to strong and unpredictable explosions. Thus, the Earth is currently experiencing a period of increasing volcanic activity, marking the beginning of a new volcanic era characterized by unusual rapid changes in volcanic activity. Unfortunately, most scientists do not comprehensively address this issue and fail to see the full extent of the changes taking place. In their research, they relied on the observation of volcanic activity that were made before we entered this cycle. What is happening now, they have never witnessed. Due to the cyclical nature of these events, the increase in volcanic activity is occurring much faster, and the examples we have discussed demonstrates the rapid rise of anomalies during the volcanic eruptions. But the most terrifying aspect is that supervolcanoes became active during these cycles, and supereruptions have, in the past, brought humanity to the brink of extinction. Cascade eruptions of volcanoes and supervolcanoes create conditions incompatible with life. Today, supervolcanoes in different parts of the world, Taupo in New Zealand, Yellowstone in the US, and Campi Flegrei in Italy, are all showing signs of activity with magma rising within them. This means we're getting closer to a critical and terrifying threshold. On the territory of Italy, one of the largest supervolcanoes, Campi Flegrei, has been showing clear signs of activation over the past half a century. Ground uplift, soil heating, seismic activity, and intense gas emissions. The dangers posed by this giant will be explained in the video. Everyone has heard of the Yellowstone supervolcano, but have you ever heard of a supervolcano in Europe? Not only is there an active, non-dormant supervolcano in the heart of Europe, in Italy, but there's also a picturesque town called Pozzuoli with a population of 80,000 located right in its crater. And that's where we are right now. It makes you wonder, do the residents here know that they're literally living in the mouth of a volcano?
Hello, dear viewers. We're in Pozzuoli, on the territory of Campi Flegrei. Do you know that Campi Flegrei is a supervolcano?
Yes, sure, I know that. Yes, I'm quite well informed. I know we are on a magma bubble.
Yes, of course. The second largest caldera in the world after Yellowstone.
Of course we know that, quite. When you fly to Naples from the airplane, you see all these volcanic events, you see everything. But we are aware of it. We have learned to live with it. When there is an earthquake, when there is bradyseism, here, we are used to it. But we feel quakes. We are very used to it. But
Well, yeah, I keep thinking about it because we've had some really strong quakes lately.
The Campi Flegrei, along with its adjacent islands, constitute an immense volcanic complex. Here, you won't find a typical volcanic cones, but rather an enormous caldera containing a network of 24 craters. Many of these craters are currently submerged beneath the Tyrrhenian Sea. The caldera's area measures, by various estimates, between 100 to 200 square kilometers, surpassing the size of Naples. This is why Campi Flegrei is referred to as a supervolcano. Over its 80,000 years of existence, this supervolcano has experienced only 2 super eruptions, around 36,000 and approximately 12,000 years ago. Each time, they resulted in a catastrophe for Europe. And it appears that right now, the supervolcano is on the brink of eruption as well. Why this could happen, and how the history of our civilization might come to an end, will be explored in this video. Over the past half-century, scientists have documented numerous instances of vertical ground movement and earthquakes in the vicinity of the volcano. In 2012, the Italian government raised the volcano's danger level from green to yellow. Naturally, when you walk over the mouth of a volcano every day, you become desensitized to the potential danger. However, the events of recent years cause a growing sense of alarm and fear, even among those residents who have long grown accustomed to this reality. Bradyseism is in our blood, Italians say. Bradyseism is the uplift of the ground caused by the awakening of a volcano. It is through bradyseism that local residents can observe the visible activity of the volcano. The most significant uplift of the ground is observed in the vicinity of the port of Pozzuoli. Local residents have vivid memories of the bradyseism events that occurred in the 1980s. From August 1982 to December 1984, the city endured hundreds of underground tremors and bradyseismic activity. It resulted in the damage to 8,000 buildings in the city center and the evacuation of 36,000 people who never returned to their homes. The bradyseismic activity raised the seabed by nearly 2 meters and rendered the Pozzuoli Bay too shallow for large vessels.
That night, Pozzuoli uplifted at least 1 meter. In fact, the whole dock, all the boats on the dock. I'm a fisherman, so I knew they were all on land. There was no water anymore. The dock uplifted, then immediately descended.
Boats in the Pozzuoli Bay are practically resting on the sand even now because bradyseism resumed in 2004. The ground has long risen to the level of the year 1984 and continues to rise. In just a month of February 2023, the land was elevated by nearly 10 centimeters. This uplift was accompanied by 1,000 small earthquakes. After 2000, there has been an activation of the volcano, and various factors have come into play since then. 2000. The year marks the onset of active gas emissions, primarily CO2. This sign indicates the influx of new magma from the mantle, heating the volcano's chamber. 2004. Gas pressure begins to lift the ground. 2005. Hot magma heats everything up to the surface of the soil and causes hydrothermal waters to boil. 2006. Earthquakes become noticeable at the surface. 2016. The beginning of an exponential increase in the number of earthquakes and the synchronization of all processes. This has never been observed before. Previous bradycism lasted only 2 to 3 years, while the current one has been ongoing for 19 years, which is causing particular concern.
Excuse me. Unlike the year 1980, when there were actual earthquake tremors, here we only have tremors related to steam underneath. Whereas in 1970, 80, and 83,
Due to bradicism,
there were earthquakes above level 6 on the Richter scale, which is not that small. One was on October 4th, and the other on September 4th. But there were actual earthquake tremors.
that's why they predicted a volcano. They predicted the most terrible things. Thank God nothing has happened there since that time. Well, I hope it will be the same now.
Local residents and scientists are comparing the current situation to the bradicism of the 1980s, when no eruption occurred. They believe that before the upcoming volcanic eruption, there will be stronger earthquakes and ground uplift than what occurred last time. However, there is an undeniable evidence that conditions have changed, and we can no longer rely on previous experiences. What is happening with the volcano today? What makes today's bradicism more dangerous than that of the 1980s? Scientists, led by Christopher Kilburn, have determined that the properties of the Earth's crust in the Campi Flegrei area have changed, with the crust losing the strength and elasticity it once had. This means that the signs of an eruption, which everyone is anticipating, may not occur, and the volcano could erupt at any moment without warning. What changes have occurred in the crust beneath Campi Flegrei over the past 40 years? At the very least, since 1950s, deep-seated magma has been steadily and continuously ascending to the surface like a bulldozer, demolishing everything in its path. Sometimes it finds weakened zones in the rocks and penetrates them through narrow intrusions. From the 1950s to the 1980s, it would intrude, raise the ground, and then stabilize at a certain level. Take a look at the graph. You can see this from the sharp rise and sustained level of the ground. The crust used to be sturdy enough to contain these magma intrusions. During the bradicism of the 1980s, the magma pressure was exceptionally high, resulting in powerful magma intrusions at depths ranging from 7 to 2.5 kilometers. It was terrible. The city of Pozzuoli was rocked by thousands of earthquakes. Evacuations were underway. The streets were filled with police, military personnel, and weeping residents whom the government was forcibly evacuating from their homes. No one understood what would happen in the next minute. Many houses were cracking right before the eyes of residents who hadn't managed to flee to the streets. At some point, during the bradicism of the 1980s, the pressure from the magma and gases became so intense that it exceeded the crust strength limit, leading to its catastrophic rupture. The rupture allowed the accumulated gases to escape, which, in turn, temporarily halted the ground uplift and even caused a slight subsidence. This was a natural degassing of a volcano's chamber, which, on one hand, temporarily delayed a mega eruption. However, on the other hand, it was just a temporary respite. For decades, there were hardly any earthquakes in the volcano's vicinity. This reassured people, and they returned to normal life, gradually forgetting the horror they experienced in the 1980s. But this temporary calm deceived them, and unfortunately, invisible processes of catastrophic subsurface change were occurring deep within the Earth during this time. The gases that break out from the depths possesses extremely high chemical and physical reactivity. As they penetrate the rocks, they weaken them and make them more brittle. Essentially, these gases, by weakening the crust, pave the way for the magma ahead, like an icebreaker, clearing a path through the ice for other vessels. While peaceful life continued on the Earth's surface, the crust above the magma chamber essentially lost its ability to withstand the pressure from the magma. In other words, since 1984, the process of crustal degradation in the Campiflegrei area not only hasn't stopped, but has gradually intensified. And now, the volcano's activity is entering a new stage, as magma is intruding closer to the surface of the caldera. This is indicated by the fact that the majority of earthquake swarms have approached depth ranging from 1.5 to 1 kilometer. In August of this year, a powerful swarm of earthquakes occurred at depth ranging from 4 kilometers down to 200 meters. This indicates that the magma has already come so close to the surface that it could trigger a volcanic eruption. Currently, the crust in this area can be likened to glass, with a network of fine cracks running through it. How much longer can such a crust contain magma giant that is yearning to burst to the surface? Let's summarize all the information about the current activity of the Campiflegrei that we gathered. Magma from the depths is gradually approaching the surface of the volcano, causing continuous ground uplift and earthquakes. The crust has weakened and cannot resist the intrusion of magma. If no preventative measures are taken, an eruption will occur in the coming years. There is an opinion that the coming eruption of the Campiflegrei will be a minor lava flow, like its previous Monte Nuovo eruption in 1538. Some believe it will merely release steam. However, the facts tell us otherwise. Over its 80,000 years of existence, the Campiflegrei volcano has already experienced 2 catastrophic eruptions. It always gives warning signs of such explosions. Scientists, while studying the chemical composition of lavas from past eruptions, have noticed that each time before a mega eruption, specific changes occur in the magma. A minor eruption with a particular chemical composition of lava takes place. This always occurs several hundred years before a catastrophic mega eruption. Such a lava composition was indeed discovered in the eruption of Monte Nuovo in 1538. These warnings have occurred twice in the history of caldera eruptions. On the graph, you can see them labeled as number 12 and 53. Please note that following these events, several hundred years later, came the catastrophic eruptions of the Campiflegrei caldera labeled as number 54 and 84. Now, take a look at the eruption number 5, flashing in red. This is the eruption of Monte Nuovo in 1538. Monte Nuovo indeed served as a signal and a warning shot before Campiflegrei will unleash its devastating eruption and wipe out all life in Europe. This cataclysmic event could occur at any moment. The previous caldera eruptions were the most devastating volcanic events in European history over the last 200,000 years. According to the reconstructions by volcanologists, during these eruptions, ash and lava columns reached height of 44 kilometers. Incandescent clouds spread instantly over a radius of 60 kilometers. All life in this area was obliterated within seconds. Ash was carried by the wind for thousands of kilometers, blanketing the entire continent of Europe up to the Ural Mountains. In Romania, 1,000 kilometers away from the volcano, the ash layer reached 1 meter in thickness as determined by ash deposit studies. As a result of these eruptions, the temperature in Europe dropped by 6 to 9 degrees Celsius. The volcanic winter that followed the eruption approximately 36,000 years ago led to the extinction of Neanderthals. Those who survived were forced to flee from Europe. There exists a cycle of cataclysms that our planet undergoes approximately every 12,000 years. During this cycle, there is an escalation of catastrophic natural events such as hurricanes, typhoons, wildfires, and floods. But the most alarming aspect is the increasing seismic and volcanic activity, with supervolcanoes becoming active. The super eruption of the Campi Flegrei, labeled as number 54, occurred approximately 36,000 years ago, and number 84 occurred about 12,000 years ago. The timing of these super eruptions confirmed the 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms. What triggers the eruptions of supervolcanoes during this 12,000-year cycle? During this cycle, external cosmic influences activates the Earth core. This leads to an increase in endogenous energy, resulting in a widespread ascent of deep-seated magma. Deep-seated magma is hotter, more liquid, and mobile, and it is what initiates mega eruptions. Analysis of mega eruptions approximately 12,000 and 36,000 years ago revealed the presence of deep-seated magma in them. Just like in the past, magma is currently rising from the depths. There is a critical question that no one is discussing. Deep focus earthquakes occurring in various parts of the world affects the seismicity of the Campi Flegrei, thereby inducing magma ascent. The cause of such deep focus earthquake is a powerful explosion deep within the Earth's mantle. As a result of this explosion, we observe deep focus earthquakes. In the case of a supervolcano, this is reflected as a swarm of earthquakes. The catastrophic increase in the number, depth, and strength of deep focus earthquakes indicates a buildup of internal energy within the Earth. Such explosions can trigger a spontaneous eruption of the Campi Flegrei and any other supervolcano. We are already witnessing this phenomenon in the example of supervolcanoes like Yellowstone, Ira, and Campi Flegrei. They are undergoing synchronous awakening. Furthermore, there is an increase in activity of Taupo, Lak, and Toba, precisely the same supervolcanoes that also erupted in the previous 12,000-year cataclysmic cycles. The planet has already entered a cycle of cataclysms, as evidenced by all the climatic and geodynamic processes. Campi Flegrei is a volcano of this cycle. The eruption of one supervolcano, acting as a detonator, will trigger a chain reaction of eruptions in all others. If Campi Flegrei alone is capable of blanketing the entire Europe in ash, what will happen when other supervolcanoes start erupting? What will become of our planet? This will be a catastrophe not only for Italy, but for all of humanity.
People can be understood. They have been informed multiple times about potential eruptions, and they have experienced their symptoms themselves: daily tremors, earthquakes, and ground uplift. I have experienced these firsthand as a resident of Pozzuoli. Such things have occurred many times in the past, but fortunately, everything eventually returned to normal, and nothing serious happened. So we believe that this time too, everything will be fine. However, this time the signs of activity are simultaneously appearing in many volcanoes around the world. This is not a mere coincidence. There is a scientific explanation for this process.
The explosive eruption of the Campiflagre supervolcano poses an enormous threat not only to Italy, but all of Europe. The catastrophic consequences include not just the explosion itself, which would annihilate all life over a large area, but due to the massive amounts of ash and steam ejected into the atmosphere, breathing would become impossible if we would also experience intense acid rains and flooding caused by these acid rains. Following that, a volcanic winter will start, and those who survive the eruption would not be able to return to their normal lives. Life would become a struggle for survival. So, the most significant danger to Italy is presented by explosive eruption of the Campiflagre supervolcano. But that is not all. As we have mentioned before, the growth of catastrophes is occurring at a geometric progression. Here, you can see a graph depicting the progression of earthquakes according to our mathematical model. They're also growing exponentially. All other disasters are progressing in the same way. Life will soon become unbearable.
I want to appeal to every person watching us right now. The catastrophes we are facing today in Italy and around the world are not random. They are related to cyclical changes that repeat every 12,000 years. The catastrophic changes are caused by the external impact, which affects the Earth's core. In 2024, our planet will enter a new cycle of catastrophes. During this cycle, among other disasters, devastating volcanic eruptions always takes place. What is particularly concerning is the fact that the Campiflagre supervolcano is already showing signs that it's ready for a large-scale eruption. This forecast is based on a mathematical model, and we see confirmation of this model in the rise of devastating catastrophes worldwide. Many facts have already been verified, and the question before us is, will we continue to observe or start acting? The responsibility for the future of our planet rests on each of us.
Thank you very much, Anastasia, and thank you, John, for explaining in such detail what happens to the planet when it enters a cycle of cataclysms. The real scientifically substantiated cause of these climate catastrophes and geodynamic events, the escalation of which we are witnessing on the planet, has now been voiced. What is most troubling for all of us is that the Campiflagre supervolcano is already showing all of the signs of being ready for a super eruption. Are we, people, prepared for this? What are we going to do when everything around us becomes covered in lava and ash? Volunteers from the Creative Society Project interviewed residents of Pozzuoli who live in the caldera of Campiflagre to understand what people are planning to do at that moment. Do people realize the danger they are in right now?
Good evening. Do you know that Campiflagre is a supervolcano?
Yes, of course.
Were you informed by the local authorities about what you should do? An evacuation plan, any other actions in case of an emergency?
Yes, there were some news reports, but it's not, well, they didn't really handle it properly. No training was held. It's just like this from time to time.
Personally, I'm from Baccoli, and currently we haven't received any information yet. Yes, the official sources, in fact, don't say anything. There is no information at all.
In your opinion, have the authorities proposed any well-thought-out plans for the population in case of an emergency situation with a volcano?
Well, there's an old evacuation plan that I think dates back to at least 1980. So it's no longer valid because they changed the whole scenario, toponymy, and everything else. So it must be completely redesigned.
Because everything has obviously changed.
Yes, even the population numbers have changed because of regeneration and so on. And then there's a need to work a lot on the scenarios. I mean, it should be understood how people would react to such an event and in what time frames. It's all very complicated.
Yes, they have. They handed out brochures to everyone with information about the collection points and where to move when necessary.
Recently?
No, a few months ago. Something came along in the past, but lately, no, nothing.
Do you know what you will do in the case of an emergency, in case of a volcanic eruption?
Yeah, I'll go out to the balcony and watch the volcano erupt. There's no way to predict anything. How can we evacuate 250,000 people in 2 days?
To act? But, there's nothing you can do against nature. How can we help? In Pompeii, in 79 AD, thousands of people died so quickly, and the gases erupted with great speed.
If volcanic eruption happens, I always think about it. I always have a suitcase ready. But the question is, will I be able to do it in time? That's the point. The problem isn't so much whether you can prepare in time, it's that you don't know what to expect. Because the recent events were horrible. I've been here for 20 years, but this has never happened before. After all, you can prepare any way you want, but when it comes, it comes.
Are you ready to respond? What would you do?
I don't know what we're going to do. I don't think we citizens are prepared. We don't know whether to run or to stay indoors, and whether we will need masks because I don't know what can happen.
In the 83, there were tremors over 6 magnitude. 5, 6 on the Richter scale. But they were real earthquakes.
And was there an evacuation?
It was an evacuation, of course. Pozzuoli, with all the people, were evacuated, and they were all relocated along the Domitian coast. It lasted, though, as far as I understand, just during school time. I returned to my house, which of course was damaged. But those damages were eventually repaired. Now, I'm telling you all these things very frankly. I don't care anymore. Maybe because I'm already vaccinated. Probably. But it doesn't bother me anymore.
We see that the strategy is ready. Perhaps on paper, the Civil Protection Service has really prepared everything. They have done a great job. Here, we also did evacuation drills, but this is Pozzuoli. You can't evacuate in an instant through the narrow streets. It will take a long time. However, looking around, and do we have all this time to escape from here?
Apparently, the residents of Pozzuoli have no clue about the kind of disaster that's looming beneath their feet. We hope that the authorities will inform them and us, and that an evacuation plan will be set in place. But under what conditions does the evacuation begin?
According to the National Civil Protection Plan, evacuation in the Campi Flegrei area will begin only when the following signs occur. When thousands of earthquakes per day occur, when the land is severely deformed and tilted, when there is significant release of gases with carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide, when there are cracks in the streets and broken pipelines. Only then will the Italian Prime Minister declare a simple pre-alarm. It seems more like a mockery than an operational evacuation plan whose purpose should be to save people. If there are 990 earthquakes per day, can people just stay where they are and not worry about anything? Do you realize how absurd that sounds?
Only when the situation worsens further is a state of emergency declared and evacuation is ordered. At this point, people must evacuate on their own from the dangerous area. Experts estimate that it will take 72 hours to evacuate 500,000 people living in the red zone alone. How is this possible given that there will be more than 1,000 earthquakes per day and all the roads will be damaged by faults?
All these plans were developed in the 1980s based on the experience of ordinary eruptions without taking into account the effects of a cyclic super-eruption. Large explosive eruptions like the one currently forming at the Campi Flegrei have never been witnessed in the history of our civilization. We have never faced what is coming, and unfortunately, it will escalate. During this period of the cosmic cycle, the Campi Flegrei will erupt, and they will certainly do so as they are already showing signs of activity. Not only Italy, but the whole of Europe will simply cease to exist if we don't take action before the volcano erupts.
Italians, friends, wake up. If this eruption begins, no evacuation plan, no preparation will help us. The eruption will be instant and terrifying. And let's be honest, in our consumerist society, human life has not value. The task of saving all people, every human being, simply has not been considered. Do we have a solution?
But despite the complexity of the situation, there is a solution. And you're about to discover it. We are pleased to present an excerpt from the video of Professor Egon Chalakian's speech. Egon Chalakian is a qualified particle physicist who collaborates on the development of the future circular collider technology at CERN's Advanced Particle Physics Laboratory. He is also involved in the NASA NISAR mission. Egon Chalakian has worked with 4 US presidents. Currently, he is a federal lobbyist for the United States Congress and the White House. Professor Chalakian has proven himself as a recognized expert on climate change and matters of national security.
The esteemed Egon Chalakian has spoken on the topic of climate several times, and further, you'll be presented with the excerpts of his 2 addresses.
My name is Egon Chalakian. Today I have an urgent message for all of humanity that pertains to the fate of our civilization. I elected to bring this message to your esteemed attention following my recent participation in a joint Nobel Prize Committee National Academies of Science meeting in Washington, D.C., whereat we discussed the issues of misinformation and disinformation. This sparked a point in my life where I realized there is so much misleading information on the subject of climate change that inspired me to deliver the following message to you people. This matter is of utmost significance for the survival of every living being on this planet. My qualifications attest to my competence to make a decisive statement regarding climate change on our planet. It is evident that the Earth is experiencing a rapid escalation of extreme climatic and geodynamic events. There is a significant rise in the occurrence and magnitude of seismic, volcanic, hydrological, atmospheric, gravitational, and thermal anomalies. Furthermore, we have recently detected a number of alarming anomalies in all the layers of the Earth's system. There is an extraordinary displacement and destabilization of the Earth's core, a sporadic and chaotic acceleration of the planet's rotation, and a shift in its rotational axis. This scenario is compounded by a critical weakening and emergence of atypical anomalies of the magnetic field and a change in the composition of the upper layers of the atmosphere. These events have culminated in an extreme activation of magnetic foci and an accompanying increase in deep mantle earthquakes, a decrease in the thermal conductivity of the ocean. As a consequential result, our oceans have lost their ability to function as a compensatory and cooling mechanism. All these alarming factors indicate only one thing, to wit, our planet is on the verge of self-destruction, and humanity only has a few years remaining to avert this impending catastrophe. Right now, our planet is entering a cycle of climatic disasters that affects all the planets of our solar system. This entire solar system undergoes this cycle every 12,000 years, and every 24,000 years, the cycle has its highest intensity. Similar to Earth, evidence processes of change in the cores of other planets and geodynamic restructurings, as well as the increase of atmospheric anomalies, are occurring elsewhere within our solar system. This, in turn, would suggest that these cycles are caused by the influence of an external cosmic impact on all the planets of the solar system.
Now let's talk about volcanoes. This portion of my presentation will be centered on the cataclysmic volcano activity, both historical and forthcoming, and on the impact likely to be visited upon mankind. Whether viewed through the national security or national disaster lens, the threat warrants immediate global attention. Accordingly, from the introductory presentation, it is hoped that a blueprint to address this issue at hand may ultimately be born. The enhanced frequency of extraordinary geophysical events indicates pronounced instability in the Earth's core. This same instability will consequently manifest itself in the form of intense heat and subsequent magma, as witnessed just a few weeks back. The seismic events unfolding before us today should not be overlooked or discounted. Earthquakes realized in Turkey and Syria, compounded by a succession of volcanic eruptions and subordinated activity, ought to provide ample warning of imminent danger at our doorsteps. Should an earthquake occur in a geospecific region of China or elsewhere on the planet that produces a force magnitude similar to that recently visited upon Turkey, such an extraordinary event could actually trigger volcanic activity as far away as Yellowstone caldera, located in North America. Volcanic networks are indeed incestuous in all respects. If this were to happen, the consequences could be devastating, potentially resulting in a consequential eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano. Moreover, such a catastrophic incident could also activate an interconnected network of volcanoes worldwide. In this lattermost scenario, the fate of mankind would likely be at stake. Volcanoes erupt when mandatory conditions are met. Currently, an increase in magnetic activity is observed on the Earth's interior, and this will ultimately bring about enhanced volcanic activity from both volcanoes and supervolcanoes alike. As magma escapes to the surface, even if external impact on the Earth's core were fully arrested, the presence of inertia would suggest that the eruptions would persist. This inspires the inevitable question as to whether or not volcanic eruptions could be controlled, regulated, or even precluded by man. Can we actually diffuse volcanic eruptions? The eruption of a volcano is instigated by the ascent of magma and the buildup of pressure within the conduit of the volcano. Upon reaching the surface, the magma is discharged as a result of degassing. The process of eruption is also accompanied by a series of small earthquakes that cause the surrounding plates to shift, which can influence the upward movement of the magma. In fact, volcanoes function as a remediating mechanism for our planet, with the goal of stabilizing magmatic outflows. What about earthquakes? Earthquakes are not a mere consequence of plate destruction, but rather a fundamental mechanism of natural remediation, a protective mechanism for our planet. A series of earthquakes within the Earth's crust indicates that the crust of our planet itself compensates for an increase in pressure of magma in the trough, thereby averting volcanic eruptions. During the eruption, only a portion of the accumulated magma is spent, with the remaining balance falling subject to the natural remediation process. This same process manifests in an integral series of stabilizing earthquakes of varying magnitudes, which further serves to stay magma escape. Such a mechanism of natural compensation does not, however, apply in the case of supervolcanoes. A supervolcano possesses a massive magma chamber embedded in the Earth's crust, where magma can ascend and penetrate through the tectonic plate, resulting in a volcanic eruption. Unlike regular volcanoes, Earth's crust is unable to manipulate and restrain the powerful supervolcano eruption through the movement of its plates. Instead, the tectonic plate succumbs to its elimination through a process of melting, which allows magma to flow less impaired directly from the magma chamber under enormous pressure. In the present moment, we have an unprecedented opportunity to avert such catastrophes. These are not fanciful theories, but rather fundamental principles that are being implemented today. We have acquired the knowledge of how to properly degas and unload volcanoes. By implementing a controlled preemptive degassing strategy, we conceivably could harness the potential of alienating the buildup of pressure in supervolcanoes, thus preventing magma from burning through the Earth's crust, and thereby averting the catastrophic consequences of a supervolcanic eruption. To properly perform degassing measures and activate the compensatory mechanisms already in place, it would be necessary to control both the plates and the pressure of magma in order to regulate closure of the trowel. By carefully controlling the processes, we could release the growing pathological tension in the areas most influencing the lithospheric plates, thereby reducing the frequency of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. In other words, the process of earthquakes can be influenced and possibly regulated. We can prevent the catastrophic eruptions of a supervolcano. However, this can only be achieved after we stop the external impact on the core, which takes place every 12,000-year cycle. This is an undeniable fact. If we fail to take corrective action or improperly conduct degassing, the excess energy will intensify the cavitation process of magma and lead to a sharp expansion of magma pressure, which the crust would not be able to withstand. In such a case, our planet may well face the same fate as Phaethon, a catastrophic explosion that would transform it into an asteroid belt.
And in due course, I realized that any comprehensive understanding of such a complex and sophisticated subject would likely require an intimate interface within not only the geophysical and astrophysical domains, but a variety of other specialized scientific domains as well. The problem of the scientific world, which is supposed to solve such issues, is that this academic world is divided. Everything is studied within the narrow confines of a specific discipline. Whereas the question of synchronous and anomalous destabilization of all the Earth's layers and the associated risk of imminent destruction of our planet can only be investigated with the use of a global interdisciplinary approach. Some scientists and policymakers argue against disseminating information about the severity of the situation to avoid causing panic and destabilizing society. However, such an approach can be dangerous, and it hinders the search for practical solutions to this problem. It's akin to a situation where a patient has a disease and refuses to go to the doctor, hoping for self-healing. In such cases, the risk of the patient's death significantly increases. Therefore, an open and objective dialogue among all interested parties is essential to choose the optimal strategy for saving humanity from a global catastrophe. However, what has the global community been preoccupied with regarding addressing climate issues? We're still collecting funds to combat the rise in CO2 concentrations, which is in fact a compensatory mechanism during the 12,000-year cycle of catastrophes. It's the result of ocean warming that leads to CO2 emissions. The subsequent natural step in compensating for the heat rise within the planet is the activation of volcanoes. This is a natural process. We urgently need to establish a unified international scientific center, essentially an international interdisciplinary alliance of the world's best scientists who will work on solving this problem. We need a fruitful collaboration of specialists from various fields of science, such as particle physics, astrophysics, neutrino astrophysics, planetary science, climatology, atmospheric physics, oceanography, ecology, paleoclimatology, geophysics, seismology, volcanology, geology, hydrogeology, glaciology, cryology, atmospheric chemistry, magnetostratigraphy, earth physics, geodynamics, tectonics, geomechanics, and much, much more. We need the brightest minds of this world capable of thinking unconventionally and innovatively. We need people who are ready to collaborate and to act in the interest of all humanity. The prompt creation of a unified international research center and its immediate launch into active operation is crucial for successfully accomplishing our vital task. I emphasize that any delay in coordinating and forming a unified scientific group critically reduces the likelihood of achieving this necessary result. I call upon all interested parties to act promptly and effectively to ensure the best conditions for our collaborative research aimed at saving all of humanity. Dear colleagues, friends, today I, Egon Shalakian, address you with the most important and urgent call in the history of humanity. I want to reach out to all scientists of the world, those who can distinguish truth from falsehood, those who literally understand what is happening to our planet, those who know about the real threat of climate collapse, yet also see the prospects for the future of humanity. I address those who have dedicated their lives to science and practice, and those unafraid to seek the truth. I implore you to unite for the sake of saving the future of all of humanity, your lives and the lives of your children and grandchildren. I also want to address all people, every person in the world. Today, I, Egon Shalakian, address you not as representatives of different nations, religions, or political forces, but as a united humanity, as fellow citizens living on one unique and vulnerable planet. I urge you to support the creation of a unified international scientific research center and to support the leaders of your countries in endorsing this international initiative. This is not just a project, it is our shared responsibility and our chances for survival. We cannot afford to waste time on conflicts, disputes, and divisions. We cannot afford to ignore facts, evidence, and warnings. We cannot afford to be indifferent to the fate of humanity and to each one of us. We must change the world, and for that, as a society, we need to mature in the shortest time possible. It's now time for collaboration, not competition.
Thank you very much, Professor Chalakian. The fact that there is technology to prevent volcanic eruptions is encouraging. I'd like to address our respected experts. If this technology exists, why is it not being used yet? Is it possible to apply it to the Campifligray volcano?
We have a good understanding of developing technology to safely release pressure and prevent volcanic eruptions, and that indeed gives hope. However, this technology cannot be implemented right now for two reasons. Number one, as emphasized by Dr. Chalakian, we need to address the root cause of climate disasters, which is external cosmic impact. It continuously transfers energy to the Earth's core. This excess energy heats up the core, causing the overheated magma to expand and rise to the surface. In addition, the ocean plays a crucial role in cooling the heated magma. However, due to microplastic contamination, the ocean can no longer perform this function effectively, leading to an increased rate of magma rising to the surface. Only after we have tackled the root cause can we then address the issue of volcanoes. To put it simply, it's like preventing a boiling pot from overflowing by turning off the heat source. So here's a plan, step by step. Shield our planet from external cosmic impact and restore the oceans. Once that's done, depressurize the volcanoes. Think of volcanoes as high-pressure magma balloons connected to an external magma source. To make them safe, we must turn off the additional heat coming from inside our planet, causing the magma to expand and rise. Afterwards, we can safely release the pressure from the volcanoes. It is important to note that we have the solution, technology to release the pressure, but it will only work effectively and safely if we prevent new magma from reaching the surface and replenishing these explosive magma balloons. Without first addressing the root cause, applying this technology would even be dangerous. In essence, implementing this technology is pointless unless we first safeguard our planet from external cosmic impact. The reason number two, Let's just try to imagine if it is even possible to implement the technology and prevent eruption in today's world. Well, even if the solution exists today, the implementation will face significant challenges. First, agreement between countries. Our world is divided into nations, each fiercely guarding its own interests. Now, imagine a conflict must be urgently depressurized from thousands of miles away in another part of the world. This would prevent the eruption and protect millions of people in Europe, but at the same time, it would ruin the landscape and business of another country. In this case, how long, or rather, would it even be possible to reach an agreement? Achieving such global agreements, especially if it affects the interests of multiple countries, will be unrealistic in today's society. Second, the funding. Recall the scenario of depressurizing Campi Flegrei from another country. It is unclear who should bear the cost. Should it be Italy, where Campi Flegrei is located, or the country which is deploying the technology, or the European countries where the volcanic eruptions will impact the most? Given the limited resources for climate refugees and disaster victims in today's society, securing funds for large-scale volcano depressurization projects would be unlikely. Third, collaboration among scientists. Scientists from different disciplines must collaborate closely to address complex global problems, but interdisciplinary collaborations are rare today. Many prioritize personal gains over collaborative problem solving. This makes tackling multidisciplinary challenges and implementing solutions impractical. Finally, the most important reason has been mentioned already by our host. That is, there's no common goal to save everyone's lives from cataclysms. And this is especially evident in disaster aftermath discussions, which are focused on cost rather than lives. Honestly, we're living in a world where your and my life are just part of numbers and statistics. In summary, even if life-saving technology is available, it can't be implemented because our society values money and interests of countries and individuals more than human life. If we're talking about a technology that is well understood and ready to be implemented, this means that we can't solve a more complex external cosmic impact problem, which requires major scientific breakthroughs. Enormous resources and extensive collaboration among scientists and countries will be necessary, and we now see that this is impossible. So does that mean that we're all doomed? We are here today to say that there is a way out. Otherwise, there will be no point talking about natural catastrophes in a dreadful future. The way out requires a shift from our current power-seeking, divided society to the one that values human life above all else. And that solution is called creative society. In the creative society, human life takes precedence over money and power, ensuring safety and well-being for everyone. Because of the shift in priorities, international agreements will be reached rapidly. Enough funds will be allocated, and scientists will collaborate for humanity. Dr. Chalakian, in his appeal, proposed a practical solution that would enable scientists to collaborate through a unified scientific center. His initiative provides an opportunity for our survival and aligns perfectly with the solution proposed by Creative Society. It emphasizes respecting individual rights, preserving lives, and fostering international collaboration through a unified economy. And this vision can be implemented most effectively in Creative Society. Thus, in Creative Society, we will be able to save the lives of all 8 billion people. We will find a solution to protect against external cosmic impact, stabilize the core, and prevent all climate catastrophes, including supervolcanoes. Creative Society opens the door not only to survival, but to build a unified civilization that can withstand similar challenges in the future. The Creative Society is our lifeline. However, making the Creative Society a reality relies on each and every one of us. With time ticking away, we urgently require your help in spreading the information about the seriousness of natural disasters and how we can overcome them together. Your voice carries immense weight at this critical moment, because it's through informed individuals like you that others can also make informed decisions to support creative society. This is a time for our collective choice that shapes the future of all people and our planet. It is time to act now.
Many thanks to you, Anastasia, John, for the information you have provided. And many thanks to the entire international team of scientists and volunteers of the Creative Society Project for their tremendous work for the benefit of all of humanity. Thank you for being honest about what's going on. People need to know the truth.
Italians, you've heard it all. In order for scientists to cope with volcanic eruptions and prevent a planetary catastrophe, certain conditions are required. And these conditions can be ensured only by the creative society. Now we know the truth about the climate crisis, and we know there is a way out.
We don't need to live in fear and wait for everything to happen. We don't need to prepare for evacuation. We agree with what Egon Chalakian said. We need to unite scientific potential and consolidate all the countries in the world. We, participants of the Creative Society, firmly believe that the fastest and most effective way to do this is to build the Creative Society.
Hello, friends. If we want to have time to find a solution to the global climate threat, we need to have certain conditions that will make it possible to achieve this. Creative Society gives these conditions to us. Let us focus now on what the Creative Society actually is. The Creative Society is a new format of society for all mankind, where human life is the highest priority. In the Creative Society, power will belong to the people and will not be concentrated in the hands of one person or a separate group of people, as it happens today, leading to conflicts, wars, crises, and so on. The demand for a new format of society, where the value of human life is the main priority, comes from millions of people from all over the world. This was shown by the largest social survey in history, which was conducted by volunteers for more than 10 years in 180 countries. Each participant was asked the same question: what kind of world would you like to live in? Based on the results of people's answers, 8 pillars were formed that became the basis for building a new format of society called the Creative Society. In order to implement it, people from all over the world today unite and act in a project of the same name, the Creative Society. We need the Creative Society all over the world because only Creative Society provides a way out of all global crises, including the climate crisis, ensures a future without wars, conflicts, violence, poverty, and famine, provides an opportunity to bring humankind to a new stage of evolutionary development in the shortest possible time, in a peaceful and legal way, provides every human being with security, health, well-being, and overall development. Further, we will explain in detail how this can be realized in a peaceful and legal way.
Thank you, dear Flaviano. Now it becomes clearer what the Creative Society is. In the first part of the conference, we heard a lot of shocking information regarding the seriousness of the current climate situation. Literally under our feet, here in Italy, magma is simmering and could erupt at any moment. And at any moment, it could not only lead to the demise of our country, our beloved Italy, but also trigger a chain reaction of disasters worldwide. is a truly frightening scenario. However, this global problem is not being taken seriously. Moreover, it is silenced by the global media. And, on the one hand, this is understandable, because in our current format of society, this problem cannot be solved. It's a dead end. It can be solved only in the creative society, where we can create all the conditions for scientists and advancement of science. Thanks to this, technologies capable of shielding us from global catastrophe will be developed.
Yes, the creative society is a new format based on millions of surveys worldwide. Can you imagine volunteers talk to the people asking them the same questions for 10 years? All this effort was aimed at bringing forth the 8 pillars of the creative society over a decade. It's not that someone out there wanted to impose their ideas and solutions on us, like politicians do. It is the people themselves who have expressed how they see the world.
The Creative Society provides us with the opportunity to solve not only the climate problem, but also to emerge from all the global crises, which are becoming more severe every day. But we can do this only together.
It is not by chance that the title of our conference is Global Crisis, Italy, the Future Depends on Us. We, Italians, have repeatedly received recognition and fame far beyond the borders of Italy. Thanks to our abilities, Made in Italy has eventually become a genuine brand, recognized and admired all over the world. It is now that we can be at the forefront of the Creative Society project, setting an example of how to rise from the ruins. Do you doubt it? Then let's watch a short video together and take a glance into the history of Italy over the last 70 years.
Let's recall what Italians have been capable of. Rolling up their sleeves, the entire nation worked hard to rebuild Italy. Italy awakened. Through hard work, it managed to build what went down in history as the economic boom. Thanks to the burgeoning economy, Italian families started having a better quality of life and more free time. All this ensured that we were appreciated and recognized far beyond the borders of Italy. Owing to our excellence, Made in Italy became truly a recognized and admired brand across the world. However, afterwards, the rise was followed by a decline, and starting from the 1970s, Italy experienced a number of crises. The only sector which, despite the crisis, continued to develop and is still developing today is the arms industry. The latest events have shown that this field will not help to save people's lives. How did we get to the point that in the conditions of aggravating cataclysms and the economic crisis, the only developing sector is the military industry? Can weapons actually stop these processes? We have the opportunity to create a wonderful future and to become one united civilization. Italians, with their talent, diligence, and organizational skills, can contribute to the building of the creative society. Italian craftsmen and thinkers will again be at the top of the world list of the most famous people, as it was with Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. And they will make history, not just for centuries, but forever. Our only way out is the creative society. It's time to unite. It's time to take action. Indeed, together we can achieve a lot when we have a common goal. I have just plunged back in Italy's history, not just for 70 years. I've felt immense respect and gratitude toward all Italians for our history. But it's very painful that now we've lost everything we worked so hard to create.
It's evident that our knowledge, skills, organizational abilities, creativity, and talents are very much needed by the entire world to build the creative society. But we should not forget that we, Italians, get accustomed very quickly to problems and crises. We must remember that our nation has this ability. But now there is no time to be inert. We must come together even more and utilize all our talents to build the creative society. It's a turning point for our country and for the entire world.
Do you see what's happening now in Italy? In the heart of Europe? It was a shock for me to discover how many homeless and hungry Italians there are today. Just recently, we earned the world's respect in fashion, cinema, and art. And now, in Italy, poverty is becoming a regular part of our lives. My God, but is this normal? How can poverty be the norm?
We conducted a social survey and asked Italians what concerns them the most right now. Let's hear it together.
Looking at the current situation in Italy, what are you most concerned about at this historical moment?
Unfortunately, this is not an easy time from any perspective. Economic, social, commercial, as well as international, both in Italy and in the whole world.
Today, it is difficult to create something. Today, it is even difficult to form a family because you are afraid of not securing a good future for your child.
Of course, it's the uncertainty of the future that young people are facing nowadays, putting them in a difficult situation, both in terms of work and plans for the future. That is what I'm concerned about.
The lack of confidence that young people are experiencing nowadays, sadness, the fact that they think there is no future for them, and very often they look for it outside their country.
Unfortunately, as people inside the economic system affirm to me, the inequality is constantly growing. Rich people are getting richer and richer. Poor people are getting poorer and poorer. And poor people are exploiting other poor people to survive. Thus, we are traveling down a perilous slope.
I'm horrified by the fact that I hear the phrase, the poor get poorer, the rich get richer more and more often around me. And it seems to have become our reality. And it's not surprising, considering that 1 in 12 Italians live in absolute poverty. Poverty has hit us, Italians, particularly hard, especially since 2022, due to rising energy prices and climate disasters, such as droughts, floods, and hailstorms. The pandemic was just the beginning. This situation is especially challenging for the poorest families, constituting over 2.6 million people in Italy, who are forced to rely on social aid, including soup kitchens for the underprivileged and homeless, and more frequently, food parcels. We witnessed this during Christmas in Milan, when a kilometer-long line of around 10,000 people, including the elderly, mothers with children, young people, and people of various professions formed outside the Pane Quotidiano social kitchen. According to the staff, there are so many people, we can't keep up. There are hardly any homeless people in the queue. It's mainly families facing financial difficulties, struggling to pay rent and bills and feed their children. Moreover, Italy is among European countries with the highest proportion of poor people among its permanent population. the level of poverty is on the rise. And the saddest part is that child poverty, particularly among those under 6 years old, is increasing. In 2021, this figure reached 667,000 children. What was truly shocking for me was an article on the official Cold Ready website stating that 540 children under the age of 15 require aid even to have a glass of milk or a meal. This information is shocking. In the 21st century, in the heart of civilized Europe, 500,000 children are going hungry. It's simply inconceivable. At the same time, our farmers are dumping truckloads of milk and discarding tons of food just because someone wants to maintain high food prices in the market. It's utter madness. This is absurdity of our consumer society. Why are we silent when it concerns our children and our future? Our silence, our inaction, and our reluctance to take responsibility while our children go hungry are baffling. We ourselves created the conditions where the top 5% of Italians hold more wealth than the bottom 80% of our country's population. This is according to a new Oxfam report released during the World Economic Forum in Davos. Each one of us is already feeling the inevitability of poverty. As for me, for instance, I calculated that on average, I spent 20% of my monthly income on food, while non-food expenses and services make up 80% of my total income. This situation is particularly critical for people like me, who live in rented accommodation, and people like me are the majority. Most of my expenses go to housing, water, electricity, gas, and fuel for my car. I can't avoid paying for these because I'll be evicted from my apartment, and I can't avoid using transportation because I need to commute to work. The only area where I can cut back is on food. If this continues, we'll be forced to survive on bread and water, and I'm not exaggerating. And all of this is happening right under our noses, in the homeland of Lamborghini and Ferrari, of our famous Made in Italy excellence, the trendsetters of high fashion and the world's finest footwear. We're looked up to by the whole world. Aren't we Italians ashamed? Don't we care? Don't we deserve better? Who's to blame for this? We are. We have shifted the responsibility. We have delegated power and willingly relinquished control over those we elected. At the elections, we check the box and shift the responsibility for our lives. And then, in our kitchens, we resent that they only think about themselves because we don't have any levers of influence on their actions. They manage a budget that consists of our own money. And at the same time, we have images in our heads that everything can be resolved through protests and revolutions, even though this only leads to losses and destruction. And at the same time, we don't even want to hear that people from 180 countries around the world are already uniting to fundamentally, peacefully, and in a lawful way change the format of society to a creative one, where everyone will have enough of everything, and everyone will have as much money as they need. I already dream of the day when thoughts about which gas stations to choose to save a bit on fuel, or which supermarket to go to for groceries that will last until the next paycheck will disappear from my mind. Not to mention, where to take my daughter for a vacation. Right now, we have one thought: where to get the money to survive. And I thought about it too, until I learned about the Creative Society project which are ready during the transition period, will directly solve all money-related issues and more. In the creative society, every person is guaranteed to receive an unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000 per month, free high-quality healthcare and education, no utility bills, cancellation of debts, and no taxes. And all of this will be available already in the transition period to the creative society. But fair questions arise. How is this possible, and where will we get so much money? Today, together with you, we will hear the answer to this question in the presentation of a new economic model prepared by an international team of economists, especially for the online forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. This innovative model will change our lives from the very first day of its implementation.
In the transition period to the creative society, each person will have universal basic income equivalent to $10,000 US, free housing at least 650 square feet per person, free healthcare of the highest quality, free education for a lifetime, safety in every part of the world, work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, paid vacation for 2 months a year, equally high salaries across the world, no taxes for individuals, small and medium-sized businesses, fixed prices on all goods.
When I look at the picture of this kind of the world, a thought comes to my mind. This is incredible. This is incredibly cool. And yes, I want this kind of life. But just like in any person, a skeptic inside me begins to rant and says, first of all, it is impossible to implement. And even if it is possible, it certainly won't happen in my lifetime. And goes on to affirm, no one will let you do this. And you know what I reply to him? You're right. And indeed, he is right in today's economy of the consumerist format in which we exist nowadays. This cannot be implemented. This requires a different economic model. We need to look beyond the confines of the current system. And I invite you to learn about a new model of economy that will provide a high standard of living for every human being. This model has been developed and proposed by experts from around the world. It takes into account the economic needs of each person, technological advances, and the need for our civilization to develop and evolve. This innovative model will change our lives from the first day of its implementation. I want to draw your attention to the fact that its implementation is possible only if the format of society is changed from consumerist to creative. And further, I will explain why. Unlike the current economic model, the new model will have a different goal: to provide the high standard of living for every human on the planet. There are two key requirements for the new economic model to function and achieve this goal. The first requirement: the new economic model can only work on a planetary scale. It cannot work in a single country. The second requirement is the self-governing society. All power must belong to the people. The economy, along with other strategic spheres, will also be managed and controlled directly by society, represented by every person, each of us, via the electoral platform. So, we have formulated the goal of the new economic model and outlined the necessary requirements for its implementation. These requirements can only be met in the creative format of society. I now invite you to model the near future. After we have successfully completed all stages of building the creative society, the world community legally and peacefully transitions to the creative format of society that we all have chosen together. and become one civilization. From that moment on, it will take a small amount of time to launch the new economic model. 6 months, according to preliminary calculations. After that, we will enter the transitional period to the creative society, which will last 5 to 6 years. As soon as we enter the transitional period, everyone will be provided with the monthly unconditional basic income in the amount equivalent to $10,000, with their own housing of at least 60 square meters per person. Education and healthcare will be of high quality and free, as well as resources, electricity, water, heating. All debts will be written off. Loans will be interest-free, and there will be no more taxes for individuals, small and medium-sized businesses. Of course, this raises a lot of questions. Will people work? What will the prices be? Will there be inflation? And the most common and important question, where will the money come from? So let's take it in order. Where will we get the money from in the transitional period to the creative society? In the new economic model, money will be created by a single fund for global financing, which belongs to society and serves its interests. The single fund for global financing will only serve the function of creating and redistributing funds. It will not accumulate money like the funds do today, nor will it make money as the banks do in the consumer model of the economy. There will be no banks in the transitional period to the creative society because there will be no need to keep money, because money will be exclusively digital. In fact, there will be no money in the conventional sense of the word. These are just numbers and equivalent for exchange. That's your assets. You can exchange them for something, a product, a service, and so on. The more the economy grows, the more means of exchange, what we now call money, are created. In contrast to the consumerist format, all financial transactions will be open and transparent to everyone. The task of the single fund for global financing is to supply the right amount of means of exchange at society's request. Well, how will this work? Society decides what needs to be improved, created, and what projects and initiatives to implement. Experts will use the artificial intelligence to calculate how much money is needed to achieve those goals. And the single fund for global financing will create the necessary amount of money. If there is a request for the implementation of a project in a village, city, or country, an application is submitted to the electoral platform. For example, if a city decides to replace its asphalt pavement, it submits a request, and funds are allocated for this from the single fund for global financing. It's just like in the family. You know what everyone needs, and you allocate money from the family budget to buy the necessary goods, pants, sneakers, a piano. It's the same at the city and global levels. The only difference is that our budget as a society is not limited. We can spend as much as we want if there is something to spend on and we need it. This approach does not limit the development of the economy. The economy develops and our opportunities increase. In the new economic model, there will be no budgets of cities and countries. There will be no such thing as state money either. The only place where money can accumulate is your personal account, and you yourself dispose of it as you please. If a country, city, or village has a budget, there will inevitably be those who will try to make a profit from that budget, local officials and others. And when there is no budget, it cannot be taken away. And this is the answer to the question of why there will be no corruption, theft, and bureaucracy. There won't be a situation where the asphalt pavement was changed last year and this year it is changed again, and someone makes money on it. It will not happen because the monitoring system will guarantee the transparency of all operations. Monitoring that the money allocated has been used as intended will be done with the help of technologies that already exist, such as the multipurpose complex Voskhod. You won't be able to buy building materials for a higher price than those that are sold everywhere, and everyone can see their price. How is it possible to steal if what you buy and sell can be seen immediately? Money flows are transparent. Anyone can see what every penny is spent on. Now, in the consumerist format, this information is hidden. But in the transitional period to the creative society, it will be available to everyone. You can see exactly how money has been spent in any part of the world, regardless of where you are, because society's money is your money. For the convenience of transactions and complete transparency, a new single monetary unit will be introduced, which can be used anywhere in the world. It will belong to society and be created by the single fund for global financing. It will be digital. It will not be possible to seize or freeze it, and it will not lose value. You cannot lose digital money. It cannot be stolen, and its flows are completely transparent. From the first day of the transitional period to the creative society, an exchange of existing currencies for the new monetary unit will take place. All savings, capitals, and assets of people and enterprises will be converted into it. Why will the single currency be digital? Because firstly, it guarantees the transparency of all financial transactions. And secondly, with modern technology, there is no need for paper money or documents. Digital money is both environmentally friendly and convenient. A person doesn't need to carry a wallet, a passport, or a plane ticket. No chips or third-party devices are needed. A person can be identified by retina or a fingerprint. All this information will be stored in a single database that would be under the control of society as a whole, rather than individual countries or special services, as it is today, where everything is fragmented. This high-tech approach would simply eliminate any illegal activity. It will be impossible to engage in stealing or money laundering. It will all stop. In the creative society, a person has nothing to fear or hide. They are absolutely open and free. Everything starts with a clean slate. The key mechanism of the new economic model will be a limitation of wealth, which is the limit of maximum wealth per family that we will set as a society. At the present time, the recommended amount is $10 million, and it is confirmed by recent research. This is the total amount, including all movable and immovable property, all the assets and liabilities of each family member. This amount is more than enough for a comfortable, prosperous life, but not enough to gain unlimited power. When a person's wealth goes over the set limit, the excess funds simply disappear. They are not credited to anyone's account and are essentially written off. We are used to thinking in terms of the economy of the consumerist format, but here you have to understand that this is a different form of settlement, not the usual banking form. Therefore, money is not accumulated. When society needs money, the single fund for global financing simply allocates the necessary amount, which goes into circulation. Society is financed without limitations for as much as required for its needs. In the transitional period, money is needed as an exchange fund to limit the wealth, so that humanity or a group of people would not build empires and usurp power again. This would create a high standard of living for all people. Let's summarize. In the consumerist format, money is a means to retain power. People try to accumulate it, hide it, take it away, while in the transitional period to the creative society, money is a tool to achieve society's goals. And money is needed only during the transitional period to the creative society, as a temporary measure for 5 to 6 years, and it will not be needed in the future. And later we will explain why. Nowadays, they say that the problem is not money, but its quantity. As we have already understood, in the new economic model, there will be no such problem. But the question is different. Will it lead to inflation? The answer is simple. There will be no inflation at all. It is impossible. In the current economic model, this would indeed lead to skyrocketing prices, hyperinflation. But in the economic model of the transitional period to the creative society, this simply could not happen. Why? Because prices would be fixed worldwide by law for all resources, goods and services. They simply cannot be raised, and this means that inflation cannot be created. But it raises another question. At what level will the prices be fixed? Will the bread cost $1,000? Well, if you make that decision, of course it will, because we will decide as a society anyway. The optimal prices will be calculated using artificial intelligence, considering all the costs and profitability, but the final decision on pricing will be made by people. Therefore, you surely understand we are unlikely to want the bread to cost $1,000. We would rather want it to cost less than it does today. And it will. All prices will be less than they are today. And thanks to what? Because there will be no interest on loans and taxes for medium and small-sized businesses included in the prices. Electricity, water and gas will be free. There will be a single economic environment in the creative society. And the absence of borders means no taxes on exports and imports, no duties, no excise taxes and no customs duties. The introduction of robotics, fuel-free generators and smart logistics will contribute to lower prices for goods. At the same time, quality standards will be equally high for the same goods all over the world. For example, the same hamburger that today costs $6 in America and $1 in Romania will cost, for example, 40 cents worldwide and will be equally delicious and juicy and healthy. Tasty and healthy food will be available to everyone. Right now, in the consumerist economy, 8 billion people is a lot. And in the creative society, 50 billion won't be enough. But even in the transitional period, we will not need to add worms, bugs and other insects to our food, because the production of organic and quality food will increase many times as new technologies are introduced, such as vertical farms, which we already have now, but it is not profitable to introduce them in the farming, in the consumer's format. And in the new model of the economy, it will become completely natural. Today, despite the addition of insects to our food, 2 billion people are starving. And in the transitional period to the creative society, there will be neither hungry nor poor. I'm already anticipating your next question. Such a rapid improvement in people's living standards and purchasing power, including an unconditional basic income of $10,000, lower prices and free utility services, won't all this lead to a shortage of products? It won't, but friends, the truth is, not everything is going to be so easy. You will have a new headache, where to spend the $10,000, because the selection of goods and services will be huge. In the transitional period to the creative society, almost immediately you will see a huge increase in economic growth, because people will have enough money and there will be an unconditional basic income, which means that the purchasing power will increase many times over. And this is a massive boost for trade turnover. Moreover, ideal conditions will be created for manufacturers and business. These include interest-free loans, no taxes for small and medium-sized businesses, free water, gas and electricity, access to the latest technology, and most importantly, a great demand for their goods and services. This will be a huge stimulus for them to create more goods, develop and expand. The new economic model is a real paradise for consumers and entrepreneurs. First of all, the absence of taxes for small and medium-sized businesses means not only a reduction in prices, it also means economic freedom. All the money you earn is yours and you are free to spend it as you like. No one will be able to take them away
as it is done today through taxation, taxes will be simply not necessary because there is a wealth cap and funds above a certain amount are already directed towards the needs of society. And this money will anyway be exchanged for goods and services which will make manufacturers themselves richer. This is much more beneficial than taxes. Secondly, loans for small and medium-sized businesses will be interest-free. You can take out a loan and develop your business, but this does not mean that you can borrow without limit and not pay it back. Obviously, there will be a mechanism for control. Of course, you have an obligation to repay the loan. No one will allow anyone to live off their back. It is not good for someone to live off the president's back. And considering that each person is the president, you cannot get a free ride on anyone. But on the plus side, no one can get a free ride on you. And thirdly, another key benefit for business is the economic model itself. It will be structured in such a way that any entrepreneur will always know what is in demand. This will be possible because we will use a planned economy model, which will be calculated using artificial intelligence on a global level. This means that any businessman can always visit the electoral platform and, with the help of artificial intelligence, find out what will be the demand for their goods and services in a particular location. Artificial intelligence will help them process the data and make the right choice so that their business becomes profitable and successful. For example, you have decided to open a coffee shop. You can go to the electoral platform and see how many coffee shops are in your area, how busy they are, and if there are already 2 half-empty coffee shops, it would be foolish to open a third one. Such a business will fail on its own and harm others. At the same time, the artificial intelligence will prompt you that there is no bakery in this area. Therefore, opening a bakery will be profitable. This way, you get to understand which profitable business you can open for the benefit of yourself and society. Moreover, when starting a business, the same artificial intelligence will offer you options for premises, purchasing goods at the most favorable price in nearby places to reduce logistics costs. It will connect you with a logistics company, calculate the required loan amount if one is needed, and also calculate the cost of necessary repairs of the premises. Find the companies that will do the repairs at the most advantageous price. Find options for design solutions and propose the necessary employee candidates in the required location. All on a turnkey basis. At the same time, it is you who chooses from the options suggested by AI, and all final decisions are up to you. The same artificial intelligence will calculate how much time it will take from the moment you apply on the electoral platform for your business to start making a profit. Additionally, the AI will calculate the necessary number of employees and help you draft their schedule. This is very useful considering that the work week will be 4 days, 4 hours a day, meaning that in order to cover 12 hours of daily work for that very coffee shop, 3 people per day are needed per shift. Of course, after this, many people will say that everyone will become an entrepreneur. They won't, because running a business requires a certain character, motivation, responsibility, time commitment, and most importantly, organizational skills. For many, and this is the overwhelming majority, it is much easier to go to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, receive a good salary in addition to the universal basic income, and enjoy life, rather than continue developing their business and work on it almost 24 hours a day, despite all the help from AI. Even if artificial intelligence does the calculations for you, it's still up to you to do the work. AI will help you launch the business and assist you in the process, but it is you who will run the business. Communicating with customers, overseeing production, the responsibility for all this will be on you, right down to picking out the design, starting from the smallest details in the process of launching the business. There is no getting away from it. You will be engaged 24 hours a day, despite the simplicity and ease of the process. And it is up to you to decide whether to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, or to be an entrepreneur. Some people want to earn more, while others are satisfied with their salary and a free, wonderful life. Naturally, all of these conditions, such as no taxes, interest-free loans, understandable demand, etc., will have a positive impact on increasing wages. Wages will need to be increased regularly because companies will need skilled workers to meet the growing demand for goods and services. Since unconditional basic income allows even those who used to be low-income individuals to purchase quality goods, there will be an increase in the number of companies needing employees to meet this demand. For example, let's consider a medium-sized business. A person has an enterprise with 200 to 300 employees and a turnover of several tens of millions of dollars. They don't have to pay taxes. All the money earned belongs to them. And of course, they will raise wages, because competition for specialists in the labor market will be high. While unemployment will inevitably increase in today's world, in the creative society, on the contrary, there will be competition for good workers. They will be needed. And we come to another often asked question. Will people want to work if they already have a comfortable life provided by universal basic income of $10,000? People will still work because a $120,000 universal basic income per year for a person is just an average level of prosperity. Few people want to be in the middle class. People strive to live better. For example, if a person wants a new good car, then to buy it, they will have to live on just their basic income for several years. Wouldn't it be easier to go to work to buy their dream car faster? In this case, a person could earn an additional $5,000 to $10,000 or more per month, and in a year they could save up for their dream car and drive it to the job they love. You will also want good watches, a good phone, and a new laptop. Why? Because you have the opportunity to buy them. You will want to go to a good restaurant. You will be too lazy to cook, and you will go to a restaurant near your home to eat there. This requires money, and this is a good incentive to work. Not to mention that the transitional period to a creative society implies working for 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, and having 2 months of paid vacation and high salaries worldwide. Furthermore, thanks to the implementation of new technologies, boring professions and hard labor will gradually disappear. People will have much more interesting work to do because there will be many new professions that will reveal their potential and talents. Everyone will be able to easily and freely learn a new trade or train for a new profession. Thus, we understand that people will have all the conditions to earn themselves a good house and even more than one, any car or real estate. And then this question arises, what about private property? Everything a person earns, up to the wealth cap, belongs to them, their house, their yard, their car, and so on. An entrepreneur's private property may include a store, service areas, manufacturing, restaurants, cafes, and the like. But all minerals and resources of the earth will belong to the entire society. It is thanks to this that electricity, water, and gas will be free for people and small and medium-sized businesses. Thus, the new economic model creates all the conditions for the maximum development of both businesses and entrepreneurship, as well as the development of every individual and society as a whole. One more reason why the world economy will become many times more efficient in the transitional period to the creative society is the use of a planned economy at the global level. Just think how much unnecessary money and resources are now spent on overproduction, as well as on liquidation of finished products in order to increase the value of the remaining products. And yet, at a time when a third of the ready-to-eat products are being destroyed, there are countries where people have never ever tried these products. Meanwhile, those countries have things that are needed in other countries. The new model of the economy will solve this problem with smart planning and smart logistics. Logistics will be calculated by experts with the help of artificial intelligence in order to efficiently redistribute goods so that everyone will have the opportunity to buy everything they need. In the model of the transitional period to the creative society, there is no limit to improving human life. It will be possible and necessary to improve life, but prohibited to make it worse, and it will be fixed at the legislative level. Remember, the highest value in the world will be human life and his benefits. Well, friends, let's sum it up. Now you understand how the economic model of the transitional period to the creative society works. It provides everyone with the high standard of living. This includes a monthly unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000, fixed prices for all goods, high level of wages, free and high quality healthcare, education, and excellent conditions for business development. What's more, there's only a part of its advantages over the current consumerist format of economy. The absence of wars, inflation, crisis, and stable income, all of this makes society healthier, and this is extremely important. There's no need to commit crimes, no reason to risk a happy life. The simple question is, what for? When human life comes first, the world changes drastically. Your happy life is what you will treasure. These are your opportunities, and these are the opportunities for the entire civilization. Today, humanity stands at the threshold of controlling matter. This is the reality of today. Only minor gaps in understanding separate us from controlling matter. The only thing we really lack to fill these gaps and make a scientific breakthrough is scientists from around the world working together in this direction with unlimited funding. And this will be possible from the very first days of the transitional period to the creative society. And most importantly, unlimited funding for science is the only chance to eliminate the climate threat, because this is the top priority vital issue today. As early as this stage, we will be able to save the planet from climate collapse and launch the processes to solve environmental problems. The transitional period will take about 5 to 6 years. After its completion, we will enter the creative society. And the creative society is a world of incredible possibilities where the latest technologies will be available. The health capsule will allow everyone to extend their lives beyond the species limit and live in a healthy and young body for at least 1,500 years. The replicator is the technology that will enable us to create anything from the tiniest particles, manipulating matter at the quantum level. These technologies will be in every home. And that's the answer to why we will no longer need money. The creative society solves all our economic problems and opens up a new world of incredible opportunities where you can unlock your true potential. If you want to live in such a world, it is now important to act together with millions of people. You and I are now launching a worldwide demand for the creative society, which will very soon become the main trend of humanity. If each of us takes an active part in this first and most difficult stage of building the creative society, the stage of informing. In one way or another, each of us is suffering in the economic model of the consumerist format. But we are searching for a way out within the familiar paradigm. However, the way out is only in the creative society. Therefore, for those who understand what the way out is, it is important to tell others about it. Creative society will open up perspectives for growth and development of each individual and of society as a whole. This is what will make us free. In the consumerist format, there can be no real freedom for a person. There's always the exploitation of the majority by a few individuals. But even those few individuals are themselves enslaved by this format. Therefore, not a single person has freedom in the consumerist society. It is only in the creative society that the person can attain true freedom.
It is marvelous. It is incredible. It is an entirely new and excellent model of economy. And when the world's top economies come together during this transition period, a fully functional economic model will be created based on this concept, which will serve us, people.
I'm so tired of paying these endless bills. The only thing left for us to do now is to try and save on food. Unthinkable, but that's our reality today. And this is at a time when we hear news about the release of some new, super modern technology almost every day. But are they available to us now? What good is this news to me if my family and I, like most Italians, continue struggling to barely make ends meet?
Exactly. Look at the energy industry. The largest bills we receive today are for electricity. It's unimaginable. And it's no secret that there's technology available to generate energy without fuels. Free energy that could completely change our lives.
Who will ever allow us to introduce fuel-free generators into the current consumerist format of society? It would disrupt the massive green energy business where only a few profiteer, and we, ordinary Italians, suffer more and more.
We have conducted a detailed analysis of the green reforms, highlighting their utopian nature. And now I will prove it to you. While you listen, please write in the comments below the video. Would you like your home to be powered by a fuel-free generator? Today, every Italian can see that any climatic event can turn into a catastrophe right before their eyes. Imagine that a flood, hailstorm, tornado, earthquake, or the ash emissions from a volcano destroyed the entire infrastructure for miles, and miraculously, you are still alive. The first thing you will have to face is the lack of vital resources like water and heating, because all industries rely on electricity. In fact, to devastate a region, you can shut off electricity for only 3 days, and epidemics will take care of the rest. Without electricity, everything that supports the infrastructure that sustains a community comes to a halt. I hope you do realize how much our lives depends on energy. Let us now discuss our country's energy system. In Italy, there are 100 power plants fueled either by coal or by natural gas, along with 92 solar plants and 1,913 wind farms. There are no nuclear power plants since all 4 were shut down and dismantled in the 1990s, following the 1987 referendum that brought an end to the Italian nuclear program. Italy's energy dependence is one of the highest in Europe. Given the current climate situation, this is more than alarming. While researching this topic, I found that Italy relies on foreign sources for over 77% of the energy we consume. That is also the reason why the cost of energy in Italy is among the highest in Europe. Like other EU countries, Italy is actively engaged in the CO2 agenda. We aim to achieve the European goal of reducing CO2 emissions by 55% by 2030. Focusing on either energy efficiency or renewable sources. Between 2008 and 2014, there was a significant growth in these sources, with national green energy production doubling. Many see this as a well-intentioned objective. However, increasing renewable electricity production will have a significant impact on the distribution network. This in itself will lead to disruptions in electricity supply. Since we'll have 2 networks essentially performing the same functions, differing only in voltage levels at which they operate. Keeping them separate will require developing a coordination procedure between transmission and distribution networks to ensure the stability of the entire power supply system, which is not an easy task to accomplish. An alternative solution is to transfer the management of these 2 networks to a single operator. However, there is a conflict of interest between the two major electricity providers and the renewable energy communities. Unfortunately, in a consumer-oriented society, the interests of the country's residents are not always the top priority. In this case, there is an insurmountable political obstacle to creating a single national electricity network, which, as it turns out, by the way, is not in the best technical condition either. As time passes in our country, the conditions are increasingly being created to make access to energy complex unstable, bureaucratic, and also highly inefficient. Moreover, of course, the icing on the cake is that it is very expensive. Wasn't it easier when we had a state monopoly like Enel? Personally, I think it was. Another goal set for us by the European Commission is to completely switch over from internal combustion engine cars to electric cars by 2035.
Battery production for these electric cars had already started in our country, but the project for the facility was suspended due to issues of connecting to the electrical grid in the intended plant construction area. Now, let us consider the situation of electric cars from a purely mathematical perspective.
For example, a 2019 study from the Polytechnic University of Milan provides data whose conclusions are still relevant today. The study takes as an example an electric car that travels 11,000 kilometers per year and has an average consumption of 16 kilowatt per 100 kilometers. Therefore, this car would consume 1,760 kilowatt in a year. The average Italian family consumes about 2,700 kilowatt per year, so an electric car consumes 65% of what an average Italian family consumes. This represents an additional load on the electrical grid. And, let's be honest, the current Italian grid will not be able to handle the power needed to recharge millions of electric cars. The Polytechnic University suggests an average charging capacity of 100 kilowatt for fast direct current chargers. If 185,000 electric vehicles are being charged simultaneously and 100 kilowatt, the required energy consumption will be 18.5 gigawatt. Considering that the average electricity consumption in Italy is 55 gigawatt, it turns out that 33% of this power will be dedicated solely to car charging. The same applies on local scale. Charging 50 cars simultaneously would require 5 megawatt, an energy capacity sufficient to strain an entire neighborhood. I'm just a simple engineer, and I really can understand why many of my more renowned colleagues aren't speaking out about the complete failure of the plan that suggests electric cars.
How will we generate the electrical power for these cars? What will we do with the batteries when they need to be disposed of? It's just an infeasible plan being sold to us as a solution. It's the same old story. The bigger the lie, the easier it is for the public to believe it. Now let's take a look at the green energy sector. Here the situation is even more intriguing, and of course, the corrupt journalists artificially pushing the green agenda won't tell this to us.
From 2005 to 2015, there was an increase in the installation of renewable energy sources in Italy, particularly solar and wind. Currently, we have around 20 gigawatt of solar energy and 11 gigawatt of wind energy. However, this boom was made possible due to bonuses and subsidies for installation, which had been heavily implemented until 2013. After this period, the growth came to a halt. Currently, solar energy has become mandatory by law, for example, in public buildings. The same can be said for the evolution of wind energy. Nearly 11 gigawatt of installed wind energy, but they on average only produces 3 to 4 gigawatt per hour, with a very low efficiency factor of 25%.
Following the end of the phase of economic incentives that artificially boosted the number of solar and wind electricity generating plants, we have now entered the legal phase of transitioning to renewable energy sources, aiming to compel the market to legally shift towards green energy.
The European Commission and individual countries, including Italy, have started enacting a series of laws to force and mandate the transition to the so-called green energy. The justification behind these laws is the same narrative that CO2 is the cause of climate change. And to save the planet, we must abandon traditional energy sources and switch to solar and wind energy. Forcing us to transition to green energy is an unreasonable race, driven solely by the slogan "Save the planet," and doesn't make sense, even from an economic standpoint. Let's try to understand why, from both an economic and technical perspective, the Green Revolution is not, so to speak, reliable. From a technical standpoint, the supply of renewable energy is very unstable. Take solar energy, for example. We can install up to 90 gigawatt of solar energy, but we'll always face a problem that sun doesn't shine at night, and its efficiency decreases by 4 to 5 times in winter. Efficiency also decreases at high temperatures. And with climate change, anomalies will occur more frequently. Take a look at the electricity production graph in Italy, available in real time on the Terna website. Solar energy works only when the sun is shining. And what happens when the sun isn't there? 85% of the energy is still produced from traditional sources, which means approximately half of a typical day's production comes from conventional sources. Furthermore, two interesting electricity components are present in the graph. The first is self-consumption, mainly using gas for local cogeneration. And the second is imported electricity, primarily nuclear energy from other European countries. As you know, these energy sources are banned in Italy, by the way. From a technical standpoint, to make solar and wind energy work would require very challenging, perhaps unattainable conditions. The first condition is to increase solar energy generation to a level where it produces the energy needed during the night. The second condition is to double the instantaneous bandwidth of the transmission network. The third condition is to make the transmission network highly flexible and capable of handling the constant fluctuations in energy productions, the so-called smart grid. The fourth condition is the ability to store all this energy.
While points 1, 2, and 3 are theoretically achievable, albeit at very high cost and with lengthy implementation times, and fourth point, energy storage, is currently not feasible.
The technology to store this amount of energy is impossible to achieve. The paradox of the rush toward renewable energy is the lack of energy storage systems, both in Italy and worldwide. Today in the world, there are power plants with storage capacities in the megawatt-hour range. The largest is in Australia, capable of storing around 300 megawatt-hours. Imagine that Italy alone, as was estimated, will need to store a much larger amount of energy by 2030, approximately 93 gigawatt-hours. Moreover, these 93 gigawatt-hours would barely cover 2 hours of electricity demand in Italy. We are chasing after solar and wind energy, which are unstable and require storage, whereas reliable storage technology is very challenging to develop. Now let's clarify another point that makes all of this physically impossible to achieve, even if we truly wanted to. Every kilowatt-hour of a battery contains about 150 grams of lithium and 450 grams of cobalt.
Therefore, theoretically, to produce storage with a capacity of up to 90 gigawatt-hours, according to the National Environmental Transition Plan, we would need about 13,500 tons of lithium and 40,000 tons of cobalt. So, for just 2 hours of energy consumption in Italy, we need such large quantities of these rare minerals. However, since the night lasts at least 6 hours, we actually need at least 3 times that amount, 40,500 tons of lithium, which corresponds to 50% of the world's production of this mineral, and 120,000 tons of cobalt, which corresponds to 100% of the world annual cobalt production. And let me remind you that we Italians represent only 1.65% of the world's population.
Taking into account all the countries involved in the race for batteries, the entire world's lithium and cobalt won't be enough. Not to mention electric cars, which also have batteries made with the same minerals and will be mandatory throughout Europe by 2035.
Let's set aside, for now, the environmental consequences of the theoretical extraction of these rare minerals from our planet's crust, which are already depleted due to human activity.
These calculations demonstrate that the quantity of rare minerals like lithium and cobalt will never be sufficient to create energy storage systems, neither in Italy nor in the world. In conclusion, the so-called green energy transition is general public. Despite this, it is legally binding for our country. We are already seeing the consequences in the form of rising prices and poor services. The question is, what happens if they actually do it? It seems like a crazy world to me. Now let's see. To third world countries or dumped to landfills because it costs 10 times less than recycling.
Furthermore, solar panel waste is 300 times more toxic than nuclear waste and can end up in groundwater, negatively affecting human health. And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Another example is wind turbines. Observations show that wind turbines alter the local climate. They also generate low-frequency noise that is harmful to the health of nearby residents and has a negative impact on the ecosystem. That being said, we haven't even mentioned maintenance, which involves the construction of special vessels, expensive maintenance elevators, and constant blade replacement.
A single wind farm requires more than 350 tons of lubricants during its operation, which is equivalent to 6 tanker train cars, which, by the way, are also produced from non-renewable resources of the planet.
Take another example, electric cars. Just think about this. Child labor is used in underground mines in the Congo for cobalt production, and this is happening in the 21st century.
Considering all of these, we must collectively address the question: should we actively develop alternative energy technologies when they have so many disadvantages?
This information is truly shocking. After that, one realizes that green energy not only fails to be green, but further worsens the planet's ecology. Let's think about who has an interest in promoting their green energy agenda. And now let's get back to the absurd green reform. The cost of this environmental transition is enormous for our country and for all of us. Let's see how much this plan to transition to so-called green energy sources will cost Italy alone. We still need to install 70 gigawatt of solar panels. We currently have only 25 gigawatt. And this alone will cost 210 billion euros. Then we need to install another 40-50 gigawatt of wind energy, which will cost approximately 150 billion euros. We also need to modernize the transmission grid, and there aren't even estimates of the costs, and install a minimum of 200 gigawatt hours, 4 to 5 hours of reserve in the Italian system of energy storage, which we haven't even invented yet.
Now, let me tell you about a recent news incident from late June 2023. Progressive green energy couldn't withstand the weather. A massive hailstorm destroyed most of the 14,000 solar panels with a capacity of 5.2 megawatt on a farm in Scottsbluff, United States.
Countries worldwide are trying to transition to renewable energy sources, even for economic reasons. But it's not the first time that such projects have proven unreliable in times of disasters. Many have already realized that not only hail, but also tornadoes, dust storms, floods, sinkholes, and other catastrophes will certainly make green energy highly unreliable, if not impossible. Thus, in Italy, as in Europe, there is a push toward highly unreliable energy sources, and the myth of solar panels, wind energy, and of course, the war on CO2 is being pursued. Currently, under the pretext of the greenhouse effect caused by human activity, a whole series of new European laws are being introduced to mandate the installation of green technologies. The first European law is already in effect. By 2035, all cars must be electric. For Italy, this poses a highly complex technical problem, almost impossible to solve from an energy perspective. If we were to convert 40 million cars, approximately 100% of the national car fleet, we would need about 400 gigawatt hours of additional energy per day compared to today. This represents a 50% increase in energy demand within 10 years when we will have completed the transition mentioned above. So where will all this energy come from? It turns out that the law was passed without any technical justification. One has to wonder about the competence of those individuals who passed these laws. Furthermore, another detail that demonstrates the incompetence or malice of the system: the law only applies to passenger transport, meaning cars. Can you guess why it doesn't apply to road freight transport? Do you know what percentage of emissions are due to truck transport? It's 27% of the total. So switching light vehicles to electricity doesn't solve much. The second law concerns the forced retrofitting of homes, which must be carbon neutral. It seems like they want to speculate on our homes and take them away from all of us. They have devised a European law with the noble goal of making our homes green and emissions-free. For Italian families, this means spending many thousands of euros to modernize their homes. Moreover, many Italian families live in ancient historic centers, so the modernization will cost even more. If the conversion is not carried out, non-green homes cannot be sold and will therefore lose value, and by a considerable amount. Since 80% of the housing stock in Italy is privately owned, and many families are already facing a severe economic crisis, this means they won't be able to make their homes eco-friendly. Homes will naturally decrease in value, making Italian families even poorer, worsening the economic crisis. But the most absurd thing about the transition to green energy is that we are doing it only in Europe, the United States, and Australia, whereas these countries represent a population of only 800 million people, while the other 7.2 billion people are not joining us in this race. Let's take into account the strong growth of the global economy. Even if we were to close all factories and hold all production across the entire European continent right now, it wouldn't have a significant impact on CO2 emissions globally, because our economy is just a part of the larger global economic system. Of course, the Western world, as usual, wants to set an example for the rest of the world. However, under this pretext, a colossal, planetary business is being created out of thin air, leading to enrichment of the elites who control green energy and restriction of energy accessibility for ordinary people, making them even more controllable. Unfortunately, Italy has become a very passive country, and even among ordinary scientists, there is a lack of courage to declare the inadequacy of this idea and the economic catastrophe that the race for green energy will bring. And of course, this doesn't solve the main problem humanity is facing, the climate change. Friends, right now, we are making a decision. Either this chaos will continue and our energy will become more and more expensive, ultimately leading to the collapse of the entire energy system due to the climate crisis. And because of that, we simply won't survive, or we change the format of society to a creative one. And then, naturally, the energy problem will also be solved, and it will be solved gradually. At first, we'll stay on traditional energy sources to overcome all cataclysms. Simultaneously with these, new sources of energy will be introduced, and eventually we will get the desired technology like fuel-free generators, which are actually a reality today. Right now, together, we're making a decision whether to let things continue to go down the drain or to realize our responsibility and use this opportunity to change everything.
You have just heard a detailed account of the energy situation based on facts. Now let's ask ourselves, what can we, ordinary Italian citizens, do?
The problem is that we underestimate the power of our unity. If everyone supports the development of the creative model and spread this information further, then very quickly important transformations will begin in our world. In the creative format of society, everything will fall into place, and together we'll take care of it. Today, it's the only constructive solution, allowing to address the energy problem and more. If you wonder who will allow us to implement it, I'll tell you this. No matter what games the elites play, when people unite, the elite becomes powerless. The only power they fear is the unity of all people.
Dear Luca, thank you for explaining the absurdity of this green idea, and we have to pay for this madness at a time when a hurricane can smash to smithereens the entire green energy industry and leave us without electricity.
Not to mention hail, the size of baseballs, and floods that inundate entire cities. How can that windmill or that glass solar panel help us when everything around us is washed away by water or bombarded by hail?
Yes, it's an absurd decision. At a time when the FFG technology already exists that could provide free electricity to all Italians, one small box can already generate electricity for an entire house or a car. Can you imagine the possibilities it offers us?
But it cannot be implemented as long as we live in the consumerist format of society.
Yes, the FFG fuel-free generator is only possible in the creative society. Let's see why.
Power industry, this is something which without our civilization cannot exist. But how much efforts do we invest and what factors do we depend on to produce and generate power for our well-being?
Hydrocarbon energy. Nuclear power. Hydroelectric power.
Green energy. What's happening, guys? The power is shut down again? Right now, we are totally dependent on our planet's non-renewable resources or weather conditions for our power industry. In the pursuit of producing more power, we are destroying nature. Also, we are jeopardizing our own lives. Is this the limit of our dreams and technological capabilities? We need a new technological leap, and we are able to do it now, but only on one condition. First, let's understand how realistic such a leap is and what benefits each person would gain from it. Fuel-free generators, what are they? Let's start by comparing them with traditional generators.
Internal combustion engines and nuclear reactors require a constant supply of fuel to convert thermal energy into electricity. Green energy requires winds or clear skies. Gasoline and nuclear fuel are finite. The sun, wind, and water are unstable, whereas engines based on these operating principles have low efficiency. What does this mean? For example, an engine has combusted 100 megajoules of fuel, and from this energy, the engine has delivered 30 megajoules into the mechanism for operation. Thus, the efficiency will be 30%. The remaining 70% of the energy will be lost as heat to the surrounding space.
The efficiency of traditional energy sources is extremely low.
Efficiency of thermal power plants, up to 43%. Efficiency of internal combustion engines, up to 40%. Efficiency of nuclear power, up to 35%. Efficiency of solar panels, up to 22%.
Even if we go to the most efficient hydroelectric power plant, we can see that its efficiency is no more than 85%. And at the same time, we lose most of this energy while we are transporting it to the end consumer. Because it's impossible for us to implement and put hydroelectric power plant in every home. But it's very possible for us to equip every home with an FFG. The fuel-free generators requires energy only for its startup, and then it operates autonomously, which means the efficiency of fuel-free energy is greater than 100%. Thus, FFG is not a perpetual motion machine, since it requires an input of energy, but a smaller amount than what energy it can produce. An obvious question arises: how energy then would be generated if no fuel required for that?
We know from the school physics class that according to the law of energy conservation, we can't get more network output than we had spent on it. But this law only works in a closed systems. Whereas FFG is an open system and it receives energy from the surrounding space. Scientists of the Russian Academy of Sciences experimentally confirmed that, for example, during the operation of magnetic FFGs, the space around the generator does not heat up but cools down. Instead, there are many myths and fakes around this technology that discredit the very existence of FFGs. Someone tries to make money from selling fake devices. Real inventors are being intimidated and even physically eliminated. Many developments were stolen or destroyed. Why is this happening? Energy is not only a tool of manipulation, but also a tool of political influence. It brings billions of dollars in profits for energy corporations, which will be gone instantly with the implementation of FFGs. Consequently, their power over us, those who buy energy and depend on this resource, will disappear too.
However, despite all the obstacles, we have working devices from officially recognized inventors. Let's take a look at some of these developments.
Magnetic generator. Its original inventor is considered to be John Searle, who used custom-made magnets in his machines. Since 2019, based on a similar technology by the inventor, Dennis Danzig, a US company has been supplying power to its customers using plants with a capacity of up to 25 kilowatts.
Since 2019, it's no longer science fiction. Only those who are far from science and do not monitor new technologies laugh on FFGs as a fiction. Therefore, those who make fun at FFGs themselves gave a fund on others. Let's continue.
A whole range of fuel-free generators was developed in Ukraine. The principle of operations of these generators was based on a looped electromagnetic gun, a pulse power system. For example, one of the systems produced 25 kilowatt of free energy on a conventional generator with an input of 3 kilowatt. The efficiency is 833%. Gravity generators. In one type of such machines, the pneumohydraulic principle is used. The generator runs on the buoyant force of water according to Archimedes' law. The output of such units depend on their size. The most famous generator of this type is called kinetic power plant. It is also known as Roche generator. Such generators are produced by a German company which has branches in Mexico, Serbia, Switzerland, and Colombia. According to official expertise, the compressor of the generator of one of its units consumes 4.5 kilowatt, while a generator itself produces 11 kilowatt of electricity. That is, the efficiency is more than 200%. How much is that? Is a typical country home power consumption. 6 kilowatts per hour. Radio wave generators. Their inventor is Maxwell Chikumbutso from Zimbabwe. He is called the African Tesla. A very compact African technology made it possible not only to create a free energy generator, but also to upgrade a car so that it could move without fuel or recharging. As a result, even a helicopter was upgraded. Recently, the inventor presented a very small 500-watt power generator. Its output allows you to power a widescreen TV from free energy. And there are dozens of less-known inventions in different countries. In the USA, Malaysia, Georgia, India, Turkey, Japan, Uzbekistan, Mexico, New Zealand, and many other countries, there are research teams developing fuel-free generators.
How is that, you may ask, and how it's possible to launch these technologies? How inventors are still alive and their generators are not yet been destroyed?
That's because they get energy for free and sell it to consumers for money, while the generators themselves cost crazy money. The percentage of people currently receiving energy from these systems is negligible compared to all of humanity. Therefore, FFGs that are actually working now are in no way helping all people to become energy independent.
So why isn't this amazing technology available for everyone in the world? Because we are living in a consumerist format of society.
If FFGs are introduced all over the world without changing the format of society, then this will result in a big disaster. Millions of people will lose their jobs. Everyone who is involved in the power industry, from CEOs to janitors. This will inevitably lead to a collapse of the economic system, growth of unemployment, poverty, crime, and chaos. But when we gradually change the consumerist format to a creative one, then a new economic system will allow us to introduce FFGs everywhere. All power plants, factories, mines, dams, oil pipelines that harm the environment and pose a threat to people will be shut down. We will use hydrocarbons more efficiently instead of just burning them. While people working in the energy sector, just like every person on the planet, will be provided with a universal basic income, they will be able to easily shift into any other field of activity, being protected and well provided by the society.
So let's see how the world will be like in the creative society after the introduction of the FFGs in all the spheres of life.
Humanity will have a source of free, stable, safe, and environmentally friendly energy. We don't pay for it anymore. No more energy bills and utility bills. Each home will have its own compact autonomous generator of electricity and heating. This will make us independent from the centralized energy system, which is very important in the period of escalating climate disasters. Cars will no longer need to be refueled, and we will not be limited in traveling anywhere in the world. Fuel-free generators will be installed not only in houses and cars, but also in helicopters, airplanes, ships, and space stations. Robots and automatic systems that do all the hard work will be powered with an uninterrupted energy supply of the necessary capacity. Our planet will become free of the wires and pipelines that entangle it.
Free energy is one of the conditions for the transition of a civilization for a new evolutionary stage. During this transition period, of creative society, energy will be available and free for everyone, everywhere inside the world. If you want FFG to be installed in your house and in your car, support creative society and tell your friends about it.
The FFG is a highly significant development for all of humanity. However, as we've seen, it can only be used for the benefit of all people within the creative society model. This is a technology that will solve an enormous number of problems for both the individual and all of humanity.
Indeed, it will spare us so many headaches and nerves caused by the fear of running out of money. After all, today we've created a world in which money rules. The FFG and other technologies of the creative society will solve not only the problems.
Thank you for giving me the floor, dear friends. My name is Flaviano, and I live in Bari. I'd like to start by saying that I love Italy very much because it's my homeland, my history, and my culture. I love Italy for our people, for their kindness, hospitality, humor, their passion for life, and their ability to find joy in small things. I love Italy for its soul, its sense of beauty, for such values as family, friendship, love, care, and responsiveness, care and readiness to help. This is what I love so much about the Italian people. Unfortunately, however, this also brings something that concerns me deeply, just as it concerns millions of other Italians. For several years now, I have been wondering, why do we, Italians, who by nature are very caring and supportive people, have a healthcare system that is so inefficient and substandard, due to which sometimes we are not even able to help each other? I'm sure many of my fellow countrymen understand me well now. The crisis in the Italian healthcare system is a lack of medical personnel, a shortage of equipment, and unequal distribution of access to medical services among regions. Today, I want to talk about what the real cause of the healthcare crisis we are all experiencing is, and how this problem can be solved. I'll start with a little story that I'm sure will be familiar to most Italian families. One day, my son wakes up with a high fever, and it's flu season. I can see he's very unwell and realize he needs a doctor. And here already I am faced with a problem. People from any other country would probably say to me, "What's the problem, Flaviano? Take your son to a pediatrician." But it's not that simple, friends. I am Italian, and I understand perfectly well that if I were to take a child with a fever of 38.5 degrees Celsius to a state-run clinic, would be welcomed by mile-long lines, and we would have to wait for several hours, and we might not even get into the doctor's office. Why? Because Italy has a catastrophic shortage of pediatricians. According to statistics, there's an average of 985 children for every pediatrician in our country. The health report, Health Thermometer, gives us this number, 985. It's madness. Just think about it. Approximately 1,000 children for every doctor. And what does this mean? It means that during the periods of acute flu outbreaks, when the workload is particularly heavy, a doctor can receive 100 to 200 calls a day. Even if a doctor worked 24 hours a day, they wouldn't be able to see even half of the children who urgently need help. It's clear that the doctor is not only unable to help patients qualitatively, but also cannot do this physically. The same report contains equally grim statistics about general practitioners, that is, family doctors. It states that each general practitioner, on average, serves more than 1,000 citizens, while older, highly qualified doctors often reach or even exceed the threshold of 1,500 patients. Do you think a physician with this workload would be available for an emergency call? And how much time could they dedicate to the patient? Certainly, not as much time as needed. And of course, most of the patients assigned to them will not be able to reach them, and those who do may not receive sufficient high-quality medical care. Furthermore, this report highlights another depressing fact. For about 3 million Italians, there are simply no doctors, simply not enough of them. This is a huge number. It turns out that for 3 million inhabitants in Italy, doctors are generally not provided. And for the rest of the population, only the most tenacious, if lucky, can reach doctors after long waiting lists, especially when it comes to visiting specialists or undergoing complex examinations. Simply put, there are not enough doctors to fill all the vacancies that arise when other doctors retire, resign, or simply leave the country. Yes, this is also a problem. 10% of family doctor positions are vacant, partly due to insufficient salaries. Many doctors leave for other countries to get better pay because they are paid more for the same work in other countries. Or dissatisfied doctors stay in Italy but take another step. They engage in private practice, open private clinics. One can understand the doctors who act in this way. There is less work and more income. And here I come back to the story of my son with a high fever and the choice I have in front of me: to take him with a fever of 38.5 degrees to the medical office, where there are long lines, or to call a private doctor and pay 50 or even 100 euros for the visit. A significant amount, considering that the average salary in Italy for 2022 was 1,300 euros. And if you add the costs of medications not covered by the National Health Service, diagnostics, and repeated doctor visits, of course, you can't save on your child's health. You just have to realize that it's a substantial sum. However, with this amount, you at least have a guaranteed possibility of receiving medical care. It's natural, then, that the trend shows more and more Italians turning to private healthcare to address health issues. But unfortunately, this means that even for not very serious illnesses, the entire budget of an Italian family can be at risk of being spent on medications, and often it may not even be sufficient. What's even more sad is that those Italians who don't have the money to afford private healthcare are left without the necessary help because their turn will never come in state institutions, or they will have to wait in great agony to get there. I remember when a friend of mine had surgery on her arm. She was discharged the same day. The next day, I had to accompany her to the hospital for a dressing change. She had a high fever and severe arm pain since she had been anesthetized the day before and didn't feel well. We waited in line for 5 hours for the dressing change. Imagine how unwell she felt. And this isn't the worst case, because she eventually received care. But there are so many people who haven't. And I'm sure any Italian can tell many similar stories. It's obvious that human life in the current format of consumer society is not a top priority and, unfortunately, is not valued at all. In Italy, public spending accounts for a significant share in the total healthcare expenditure and goes to the national health system. And herein lies a paradox of the modern consumer society. A conscientious Italian works honestly, receiving a salary from which a tax is regularly paid to the treasury. The amount of tax paid by him is also allocated to healthcare, i.e., the state undertakes to provide him with free medical care. But when this conscientious Italian needs this very help from the medical state institution, he simply cannot get it. This is helplessness. Unfortunately, I must point out that Italy has one of the lowest rates of healthcare financing in Europe. In addition, in Italy, there is a big difference in the quality and accessibility of healthcare between the northern and southern regions. Medical staff and equipment are particularly lacking in the southern and island regions. As a consequence of this medical crisis, in 2022, a third of Italians, approximately 20 million people, reported that they had to refuse medical services and/or surgeries because of hours-long queues, months-long waits, and inaccessibility of medical facilities. And by the way, their inaccessibility is also a great trouble. Italy has a very high rate of reduction of health facilities. In the last 10 years, 125 hospitals have been closed in our country. The number of emergency stations is also decreasing, and they are also critically understaffed. I know firsthand that people wait hours at emergency stations for their turn for medical care and checkups. When my son had his eyebrow smashed, an ambulance picked us up, and we waited 4 hours at that emergency room for a doctor. I saw a huge number of people suffering, crying, moaning. It was just chaos there because there were not enough doctors. I had a legitimate question. Is this really an ambulance where quick help is provided? What does it mean to wait in an emergency room for 3 to 4 or more hours with acute pain, fractures, or injuries? And sometimes people with such symptoms have to go to another city or region because there is only one hospital for a large number of settlements. Again, helplessness. And this whole picture is aggravated by the disappointing statistics on the disease growth. In particular, in 2022 in Italy, an increase in the number of diagnoses of various forms of cancer was recorded, And in addition, in the summer of 2023, Italian hospitals recorded a sharp increase in the number of emergency room visits due to health problems caused by the heat wave. Temperatures in Rome reached plus 41.8 degrees Celsius in July. 23 cities have declared a red alert level related to the heat wave. Doctors note that such climatic changes are especially dangerous for the elderly and people with chronic diseases. And we, knowing what is happening to the climate of our planet, understand perfectly well that extreme phenomena will increase. The conditions for people's survival will only get worse and more unbearable. Will we be able to cope with it with such a state of healthcare as we have now, with kilometer-long queues, lack of hospitals, medical staff, and medical specialists? What will we do when the number of sick people grows due to fires, floods, and volcanic eruptions? Unfortunately, we will have to face this. We understand perfectly well that in the consumerist format of society, where human life is not valued, we cannot guarantee the survival of ourselves and our children. The consumerist format and lack of value of life is the reason for the poor state of our healthcare. Today, unfortunately, we are hostages of the consumerist format, where everyone suffers: doctors, patients, and each of us, including our children. But we are human beings. Care and mutual assistance are inherent in us by nature, especially in us, Italians. Therefore, we just need to create other conditions of the society that allow us to show our best human qualities. We need a format of society that allows us to be human. But I care about my and my children's future, as do many people around the world, as well as many Italians. That's why we are here today, and that's why we are talking about a way out, about changing the very format of society from a consumer society to a creative society, in which human life is the top value. What does the format of the creative society mean for human health and life? Already in the transition period to the creative society, decent healthcare, free of charge and of high quality, will be available to every person on the planet. Healthcare will work to prevent diseases, and doctors will be paid equally high salaries in all parts of the world according to their qualifications. And they will not be interested in moving because of their salary, which means that there will be no lack of specialists in any country. In addition, doctors will be interested in treating everyone, because if patients remain healthy, this will also be reflected in the form of additional bonus to their salary. In addition, doctors in the creative society will not have to work to exhaustion. Technology will help them to provide people with quality care, and at the same time, absolutely free of charge. Let's watch together an inspiring video about the medical care that will be available to everyone on the planet already in the transition period to the creative society.
La tecnologia li aiuterà a fornire cure di qualità e a costo zero. Guardiamo insieme un video sulla medicina che già durante il periodo di transizione alla società creativa sarà disponibile per tutti gli abitanti del pianeta.
Imagine that you are completely healthy. You have no pain, and your body is in perfect shape. You have your own personal doctor. Their main task is to keep your health at the highest level through preventative medicine. They daily check all your body indicators and provide you with the best recommendations for nutrition, micronutrients, physical activity, and rest. You forever forget what it's like to be overweight, get headaches and colds. Your chronic illness or genetic disease turned out to be easily curable. Your doctor has made a breakthrough discovery, and now you'll be rid of your ailment forever and be completely healthy. Your personal doctor is the best doctor in the world, the most educated and competent. They have the experience of all the doctors in the world and know all the most advanced technologies and contain knowledge of medicine from all the millennia. They make an accurate diagnosis in 2 minutes and never make mistakes. They are the most caring, attentive, and tactful. They are always in touch with you, 24/7. And every person in the world has such a doctor. Moreover, they work absolutely for free. Do you think that's science fiction? No, it can be a reality already today. Because your doctor will be artificial intelligence, which will be available to everyone already during the transition period to the creative society. It will incorporate the experience of all doctors, clinics, and medical research institutes worldwide. It will absorb the experience of treating 8 billion people. It will have access to all treatment methods, indications, and contraindications. It will know the unique characteristics of your body and monitor your condition and test in online mode. Therefore, it will prescribe you the best treatment for your individual case based on its vast experience. Let's see how your personal doctor will be able to interact with the latest technologies that will help you stay healthy at all times. These technologies already exist and will be available to you for free already in the transition period to the creative society. Visits to the doctor, appointments, and queues, forget about them. You won't need to go to the clinic, sit in queues, or take tests because there are already sensors that can continuously monitor vital signs around the clock, online. Temperature, blood pH, pulse rate, blood pressure, blood saturation, ECG. This can be an elastic biosensor capable of monitoring various blood parameters, levels of oxygen, sugar, metabolites, and immune molecules in the blood, and detecting disease even before symptoms appear. Such a biosensor was developed by researchers from the Pritzker School of Molecular Engineering, PME, at the University of Chicago. And the smart mirror in your bathroom can identify symptoms of illness in just a minute. All you have to do is look in it. The built-in software detects stress levels and gas sensors, takes breath samples, and determines their components. 3D scanners analyze the shape of your face, and multispectral cameras can estimate heart rate, HR, or hemoglobin levels. A retina scanner, developed at the University of Leeds in England, can also be embedded in this mirror. In a matter of minutes, it can identify the precursors of heart attacks and strokes with high accuracy, years before they develop. A research team led by Professor Alicia Rudnicka from St. George's University of London has developed the quartz algorithm, quantitative analysis of retinal vessels topology and size. We can even defeat cancer. Already now, the electronic nose technology detects cancer in its early stages, with more than 90% accuracy in just 20 minutes. The device sniffs out vapors from blood samples emanating by cancer cells. And by urinalysis, it is possible to diagnose brain and spinal cord cancer with 100% accuracy when there are no symptoms yet. Japanese scientists use urine tests to diagnose cancer even when there are no symptoms, regardless of the size of the tumor. Studies have shown 100% accuracy. The most malignant cancer, melanoma, can be detected in its early stages simply by taking a picture on your phone. Smart AI-based skin vision algorithms, after examining photos, will signal if something is wrong with your skin. Recent developments in gene engineering make it possible to restore vision to blind people and cope with previously incurable genetic disorders such as severe immunodeficiency, hemophilia, leukemia, and many others. The panacea for all diseases is no longer fiction. You can already forget about oncology, heart attacks, stroke, infectious diseases, arthritis, and much more thanks to universal nanorobots, because these doctors can be programmed to solve any problem. Imagine you get ill with something, and instead of running to doctors and trying to find the cause of your illness, you simply drink a glass of water containing doctors, nanorobots that you won't even feel. It will be as if you instantly visited a diagnostician, a therapist, and a surgeon. Since, moving inside your body, nanorobots will not only diagnose you accurately and painlessly, pinpointing the site of inflammation, but they will also eliminate it and completely restore the functions of your body. Nanorobots will deliver medications in a targeted manner, remove blood clots, and suture wounds. They are able to eliminate any infections, inflammations, and cancer cells. This will eliminate the need for antibiotics, antiviral drugs, antifungal agents, chemotherapy, and most pharmaceutical drugs. Engineers from Ohio State University have developed the Magic DNA program, which can create such nanorobots, and in a matter of minutes. However, all these technologies can only be available to everyone in the creative society and during the transition period to it, because today, in the consumerist format, it is not profitable. After all, a healthy patient doesn't pay money. If you become healthy, medical and pharmaceutical corporations will lose their income. Therefore, most of these technologies never reach ordinary people. That's precisely why the introduction of AI for the benefit of people is only possible if the format of society changes to a creative one. In the creative society, there is no concept of expensive. There is a concept of value of life. Therefore, even during the transition period, the most advanced medical care will be free for everyone. If you truly value your life and health, don't be silent. Share the information about the Creative Society project with all your friends and acquaintances. The Creative Society is the key to health and longevity for all people. And this key is in our hands. Take action today to be healthy tomorrow.
Yes, such healthcare can really help us effectively in case of climate disasters. Because with the help of technology, everything is solved quickly and efficiently. In fact, who would refuse to take advantage of these benefits and improve their health and the health of their relatives and friends already now? And why don't we have it now? Because we do not have the creative society yet. And what separates us from the creative society? From these technologies and good health. What separates us is that other people do not know about the creative society, its benefits, and that such a format exists. Therefore, I appeal to everyone who can hear me now. Let's tell our relatives, all friends and acquaintances about the creative society for the sake of our future and the future of our children. Also, friends, please like this broadcast right now, post a comment, and share the link with all people. It is by telling people about the creative society that we bring closer the day when all these benefits will become our reality.
Mamma mia! That's wonderful, guys. I wish for a world like that to come sooner, especially when we remember all the problems our healthcare system has.
And thinking about how many times we struggle to receive medical assistance. Thank you so much, Flaviano, for bringing up this crucial topic. I believe every Italian can recall a similar story related to health issues. Unfortunately, in our consumer society, even if you pay money, there's no guarantee that you'll be well.
What can the consumerist format guarantee? We've just examined in detail all the problems and crises in our country. We're on the brink. This is our beloved Italy, a civilized, developed European country.
Yes, the very format we live in is detrimental to any country. Despite society appearing technically advanced, technology and science are not serving us to the fullest. Why? Because human life and the care of it are not priorities in our society.
This is the key point indeed. And here lies the fundamental difference between the consumerist format we live in and the creative society in which human life finally becomes the highest, most important value. This is the attitude towards our own lives and the lives of others that will allow us to save this world and make it much more beautiful. And this kind of warm relationship is so typical of us Italians. Caring comes naturally to us.
Dolce Vita is a beautiful world where people really want to live in. Ask anyone what kind of world they would like to live in, and everyone will describe the creative format of society.
If you could describe a new society, how would you describe it?
A society that plans, that develops new programs, a society that respects others, cares about the environment and creates workplaces for everyone, where there is freedom, freedom of thought and freedom of self-expression, freedom to be yourself in your diversity.
First of all, I would like to live in a society based on cooperation rather than competition. And then, I would like to see a civilization in which differences are not perceived as a threat or an opportunity to build walls, but as an opportunity to cognize yourself through knowing others. In every diversity, there is a part of ourselves that needs to be cognized. And that's why one shouldn't think that self-fulfillment can be separated from fulfillment of others. So I imagine a society that has this full understanding, and it knows that by giving, one receives a hundredfold, that by helping those in need, a person overcomes one's own vulnerabilities in the first place, and no one can think that one is exempt from having them.
My dream world can be described in one word: love. Because if you put love into everything you do, love for everything you see, actually love, the word love, with what it encompasses, is a very important word, because love means the absence of death. Therefore, love is life. That's why I'd like to live in a world where there is only this important value. We just need to put love into action.
A society that is more supportive, more attentive to parenting, more inclusive in a positive sense, of course. I would like to live in a society that allows me to express myself freely and to have, let's say, personal growth. And that also allows me to engage in my spiritual growth, which is not easy to achieve here, especially in Italy.
With more respect for others, with more focus on reading, for example.
My dream society is a society in which every person can really develop oneself, to grow. When a person can nurture their talents, develop their hobbies, such a person really becomes a highly developed person, and it allows him to make the whole society more beautiful. And I think that's the first step, at least for me.
My dream society is a society where there's absolute equality, where there's also safety and culture in general. I hope it will become a reality rather than just remain a dream. A better society which promotes creativity, cooperation, and teamwork, I mean, I help you, you help me.
I would say it in a nutshell: balance and honesty.
It is certainly a very colourful world. A world where there are no social barriers, no cultural barriers, where you can be open to others, meet and enter into constructive dialogues, so to say. Thus, the world would certainly be international, with 1,000 languages, 1,000 facets, great open-mindedness, and great sensitivity towards others.
I hope and I wish that one day I will be able to live in a conscious society. And above all, if there are personal and collective problems, so to say, to have great courage to face them and to go on living. To overcome them precisely because I have someone by my side that I can count on. And so this is the kind of society I would like to live in. A more genuine society. And above all, a society that would not sell itself for money.
I would be truly satisfied if there was a society where we were all interested in each other, and we were all interested in each other's culture as much as in our own, not only promoting our own, but also taking an interest in other cultures.
I would like to build a society with true values. It's every person's dream. I would say, in my society, culture, school, and university education, as well as meritocracy, would obviously take a very important place. Actually, everything that has to do with culture and meritocracy. Because in Italy, particularly in the South, meritocracy is often somewhat neglected.
More sincere. First of all, more sincere. And I repeat, it must be full of love, because love, I mean love for art, love for everything, because it is love that moves the world. So there is a lot in the word love that causes, first of all, respect for people, because if we love, many things become unimportant.
My dear Italians, thank you so much for your beautiful words. It warms my heart to hear each one of you, because when I see how many good people there are, I know that not everything is lost in our world, and now we have a chance to set things right.
What we've heard is what each of us truly desires. A world of this kind is indeed our common dream, and as Irina pointed out, it would be wonderful if it didn't remain just a dream, but became a reality. We wholeheartedly agree with this idea, and whether this world becomes a reality or not depends solely on us. A little later, we will discuss in more detail what each person can do to make it happen.
This world of our dreams is the creative society. It's just that not everyone is aware that this beautiful format of life goes by this name. A life with true values that are close to everyone's heart. Love and respect for each other. Genuine equality, abundance and freedom. This is what the foundation of the creative society is.
We have already heard so much about what the creative society can give us, how beneficial it is for every person. So let's finally see how beautiful our world can be if we wanted to.
Worldwide survey of the Creative Society Project. What kind of society does every person dream of living in? Tens of millions of people surveyed in 180 countries, hundreds of thousands of hours of video footage, terabytes of data, more than 15 million hours of personal time of Creative Society Project participants from around the world, all to show how people from around the world want to live. Only in the Creative Society, all people's desires for a comfortable, safe, and happy life will be guaranteed 100%. All of this is laid out in the 8 pillars of the Creative Society, which is the foundation of your happy future. Watch this video and you will understand why the Creative Society is exactly what you want. First pillar, human life. The highest value in the Creative Society will be human life, that is, your life, as well as the life of any other person. All of humanity will become a unified civilization, and this guarantees the absence of wars, various conflicts, and crises. You will finally gain confidence that you are truly protected. Second pillar, human freedom. In the Creative Society, you will be free and protected. No one will be able to violate your rights and freedoms. You are a citizen of the world, and you will be able to travel freely. And if you want, you will be able to easily change your place of residence. The Creative Society is true freedom and equality. In the Creative Society, there will be no need to fight for the rights of minorities because there will be no one superior or inferior. Everyone will have one highest status, the status of a human being. There can be no one and nothing on earth superior to a human, their freedom and rights. Third pillar, human safety. The Creative Society guarantees your safety. The economy of the Creative Society ensures the absence of crises and inflation for every person. You will be protected and have all the comforts of living. During the transition period to the Creative Society, you will be provided with free housing of a minimum of 60 square meters per person in private ownership, and you will not have to pay for utilities. Every home will be equipped with an FFG, fuel-free generator, that will provide you and your family with free and unlimited energy. Moreover, in that same transition period, every month you will receive a universal basic income equivalent to $10,000 as of today, without having to pay any taxes. You will only need to decide how to spend your money. You might as well start thinking about this now. Do you think you will pay off all your debts first? But they will be written off. Do you think you will spend this money on healthcare or education? You will have the best education and healthcare free of charge, available to you 24/7. In the Creative Society, your safety will be the top priority, and all technologies will be directed towards improving your quality of life. Each household will be equipped with a matter replicator, providing you with your favorite clothing, food, and other necessary items. Thanks to the health capsule, you will forget about illnesses forever, and you will always be healthy. Isn't this what you've been dreaming of your whole life? But that's not all yet. Fourth pillar, transparency and openness of information for all. In the Creative Society, the media will belong exclusively to the society. The media will serve the interests of the people and reflect information truthfully, openly, and honestly. Additionally, you will be able to receive accurate information about the movement and distribution of public funds at any time. Money owed by the public is, first and foremost, your money, and you should know how it is spent and for what purposes. Fifth pillar, the creative ideology. You will no longer have your mind manipulated, nor be frightened with imaginary enemies. We will not be pushed to confront each other and be divided into us versus them anymore, because in the Creative Society, any propaganda of violence, inhumanity, and segregation will be prohibited. The Creative Society will establish all the conditions for the development and education of a human with a capital H. Our children will be raised on the principles of humaneness, kindness, friendship, and mutual respect. These particular qualities will form the basis of relationships between people in the Creative Society. Sixth pillar, development of personality. In the Creative Society, you will be able to study wherever you want and train to become whatever you want, and it will all be absolutely free of charge. Education in the Creative Society will unlock your individual potential by 100%. You will be provided with a program specifically tailored to maximize your intellectual abilities. Any educational process will be interesting and engaging. You will have access to cutting-edge technologies in education and development. You can study anywhere in the world at any time that suits you. In the Creative Society, the world of knowledge is open for you. Seventh pillar, justice and equality. If you decide to work, you will be able to choose a profession that brings you joy. There will be a 4-day work week with a 4-hour workday. Moreover, you will have 2 fully paid vacations per year. Every job will have a decent compensation. The pay for identical positions, specialties, and professions will be the same worldwide. Furthermore, justice and equality will ensure that there will be no more private monopoly and irrational use of resources. All natural resources will belong to all people, including you. 8th pillar, self-governing society. In the Creative Society, for the first time in human history, a unified, all-human civilization will be created. All power will belong to all people, to you. People know what they want and how they want to live. All socially important issues will be decided by people themselves on an open online platform. Specialists will be responsible for implementation of the tasks assigned to them. They will be appointed and controlled by people themselves. Since all processes will be transparent, corruption and dictatorship will be impossible in the Creative Society. In the Creative Society, you will decide for yourself how to live. For the first time in human history, your future will be in your hands. The 8 pillars of the Creative Society are formed from our desire to live as human beings. Everyone wants to live in a world without wars, without violence, without tyranny, without poverty, without inflation or any crisis, without absurd and total consumption. If you want peace, security, confidence, free and high-quality healthcare and education, freedom of movement around the world, a universal basic income, access to free energy, then the Creative Society will fulfill all your dreams. All of this can easily be achieved in the coming years. How to do this? Just tell this to as many people as possible, to everyone. Your dream world is separated from you by your neighbors and everyone around you who don't know about the Creative Society yet. Do you want the Creative Society to come as soon as possible? Act. Tell everyone about the Creative Society. For the first time in human history, your future is in your hands.
After watching this video, I felt for a moment how delightful life in the Creative Society is. It is impossible to forget this feeling, let alone give up on such a world.
Sergio, I totally agree, especially when we know that such a future is only a couple of steps away from us. It is in our hands to build such a society, and it is our choices that play a key role in our destiny.
The only thing that separates us today from the Creative Society is that not all people on Earth know that their most cherished dream is actually a reality that we can all create together. We Italians are accustomed to doing everything together. Our collective efforts have turned Italy into a place of beauty and prosperity. Our unity in building the Creative Society can serve as a decisive example for the whole world. As the saying goes, our strength is in unity.
What can each of us do to start living in such a society as soon as possible? In the video itself and throughout this conference, we've talked about the importance of sharing information about the Creative Society with others. Why do we emphasize this? Because talking about the Creative Society is the first of 2 steps in building it. Let's learn more about the 2 stages of building the Creative Society and how each person can participate in it.
I want to emphasize that the Creative Society is a completely volunteer project operating within the legal framework, and it represents exclusively the interests of people themselves, rather than individual countries, parties, or organizations. It is implemented solely by the project participants based on their initiative, choice, and desire, using their personal resources. It doesn't have bank accounts, finances, or assets. It doesn't accumulate funds and doesn't generate profits. It is truly a unique project for all of humanity.
It is important to note that the Creative Society project is in no way aimed at overthrowing, opposing, or interfering with the activities of existing authorities. It does not infringe upon any country's sovereignty, territorial integrity, or constitutional structure, nor does it involve any other illegal actions. It operates in strict accordance with the current legislation and comply with the norms of international law, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly.
Activities within the Creative Society project are aimed at changing the format of relations between all people and are not related to any particular country or countries. The activities are international and are conducted to fully implement the rights and freedoms of every person across the world. This is because the Creative Society can only be built worldwide, while individual countries can only declare their intention to transition to the creative format of society. In individual countries that are moving toward the creative society, social conditions for people can improve, but only within the framework that doesn't disrupt the country's economy. Otherwise, a country attempting to transition to the creative society on its own will still be dependent on those countries that do not support the creative society. This is because today, all countries are closely interconnected and interdependent in terms of geopolitics, economy, finance, energy, legislation, logistics, and so on. An individual country will not even be able to fully ensure the value of human life, because there will always be a military threat from other countries. Therefore, it is impossible to build the creative society in a single country.
There is a concrete two-stage plan for building the creative society. Both stages of building the creative society are carried out in accordance with international norms and national legislation. The first stage is the stage of informing. People, while exercising their rights and freedoms, inform others about the creative society. In this way, a legitimate and peaceful public demand is created for building the creative society all over the world. The sooner the majority of people form this demand, the sooner it will be possible to move on to the next stage of building a creative society. The second stage is preparing and conducting the world referendum. Once the majority of people in all countries of the world support the creative society, a world referendum will be prepared and held to adopt the creative model of development and the only acceptable and necessary for the survival of humankind. In preparation for the world referendum, the necessary legal and technical framework for its organization will be developed and adopted. The following question will be submitted for voting at the world referendum. Do people support the transition of all humankind from the consumerist format of society to the creative one, and unification of all humankind into a single civilization, the creative society? A positive decision will imply adoption of the 8 pillars of the creative society as fundamental provisions of the world constitution, approval of a single worldwide electoral platform as the highest governing body on earth, appointment of the date of the beginning of the transition period to the creative society. Once a positive decision is adopted at the world referendum, people will begin to implement their power directly, whereas politicians will become the implementers of the people's will. This means that the adoption of laws, the nomination, control, and recall of all implementers, as well as other socially important decisions, will be made exclusively by the people themselves, by voting on the single worldwide electoral platform. This platform is a legislative basis, meaning the only source of mandatory statutes by which humankind will live. The implementation of decisions made by people will be carried out by highly qualified specialists, responsible executors, who will be appointed and supervised online by the people themselves. If at the world referendum the majority of people decide to change the format of society from the consumer-oriented to a creative one, then approximately 6 months later, a transition period to the creative society will begin, which, according to preliminary calculations, may take 5 to 6 years. During this time, a new economic model as well as new technologies will be implemented, and many processes in society will be reorganized. Ultimately, this will allow for the full implementation of the creative format of society, which will open vast prospects and opportunities for every individual. It's worth noting that many benefits and privileges will become available to people already from the first day of the transition period, providing everyone with a safe, prosperous and stable life in freedom. In the creative society, a high standard of living will be ensured for every person on the planet through a completely new model of economy that has no analogues in human history. This model has been developed and proposed by experts from around the world, and it will transform our lives from the very first day of its implementation. You can familiarize yourselves with this model by watching a detailed video presentation publicly introduced at the International Forum Global Crisis: There is a Way Out. Further on in our conference, we will also present it to your attention.
Friends, join millions of people around the world who already act and inform your community, acquaintances and strangers in a legitimate way about the Creative Society format. These actions are necessary to create a worldwide public demand for building the Creative Society. The faster the majority of people on the planet become aware that decent living conditions are possible for everyone, the sooner the world referendum will take place.
When there is a concrete plan, the road to the goal looks very real. As the saying goes, a good start is half the battle. So we have an understanding of what needs to be done. Now, the logical question arises, how do we do it?
So how do we inform all the people about the Creative Society? We asked people themselves, the Italians, and they themselves told us how they want to be informed about the Creative Society. Let's listen.
Hello. As part of the Forum Global Crisis Italy, the future depends on us. The volunteers of the Creative Society project asked Italians what is the most effective way to inform all people about the Creative Society project.
Social media. Nowadays, both young and not young people, everybody is on social media, be it Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, or new social networks. Now, they are the most effective sources to get any information.
The only way to inform people is through the internet and social media. You can create a chance to make something credible, maybe by demonstrating something or by introducing a public person.
Everyone should believe in the same thing and stop being arrogant, I think.
Of course, the best way is through the internet.
I think that a good way to inform or engage people is often to set an example. And a positive example then sets a mechanism in motion. And I really believe in that. And I think that one of our problems is that we don't have enough examples. There are very few of them, and there must be a lot more. The internet has a tremendous power, but at the same time, it is somewhat problematic because too much information enters it simultaneously. That's why it becomes difficult to study everything at once. But this is certainly a way by which a person, if they have a desire to get information, can do so by comparing sources. So I guess a good way to inform or to self-inform is not to trust every word of those who tell us something, but to compare the news without having too many preconceived notions or biases based on the source. So, if the intention is indeed to reach the hearts of as many people as possible, always advise them to get information on their own without prejudice.
Definitely. New technology is the best way. You can use traditional media, but new technology will be the game changer.
And if you saw a big billboard of this ad on the street where you live or on your way to work,
It may attract my attention.
could it attract your attention?
Yes, it could. Visuals. People can't read, they need to see pictures.
A word. I mean to speak to everyone, because the news spreads by word of mouth when it's good and important news.
To create a communication network for everyone and in all languages that can be in Europe, in the United States, and in the rest of the world. It can be very constructive because, let's say, bringing together all these forces, all these minds, all this knowledge can bring substantial benefits for everyone. The project you're doing is excellent because it's based on interaction. Also, if we are talking about the web network, where we can communicate, it is a very innovative and very fast thing, in my opinion. Super. Well, we can conclude that social media is the main source of information for people, and they are willing to accept it from there. Therefore, as we heard in the video, spreading the word and discussing it with everyone is essential.
In that case, the plan becomes even clearer. The main thing is to take action and not to stop. After all, the creative society is changing the future.
No, please don't close it. Just don't close it. Fine. Just follow the link and read it. Why? I'm you from the future, and trust me, I know what I'm saying. This is just regular, silly advertising. Do you want a basic income of $10,000, free housing, healthcare, and high-level education? Then follow the link, read, and share it with everyone. What should I do? Share it with everyone. Send the link to everyone. Place the project's logo on your card. Call your relatives. Tell your friends. Oh, and call your mother-in-law. Then everyone will definitely learn about it. Right on the walls. Anyway, do whatever you can to just let the whole world know about it. It looks like we're succeeding. Hello? Yeah. You know what? Wow. Universal basic income. We're doing well. We have a future. Free housing, 60 square meters per person. Great. If you keep informing, our future will definitely be fantastic. Thank you for having listened to me. And above all, don't stop. That's the most important thing. Wow. The creative society does change the future.
A great example of what everyone can do. I can tell you from my experience. Just start spreading the message about the creative society and you will see that the world around you is already changing.
Talk to people, tell them what creative society is and how it will benefit them. Some of you might say, okay, I'm already sharing information about the creative society with everyone in my circle. But what else can I do to start living in the creative society even faster? Well, there is an answer for such heroes.
One of the effective ways to spread the information as soon as possible is to set up coordination centers in your regions, provinces, cities, districts, etc. The extent of territory you can cover depends only on your willingness and proactive efforts. Remember that everything must be done within the legal framework.
It's not difficult to create a coordination center. If there are already two people in your area or city who understand the importance of the creative society, don't wait. Open a coordination center and start informing others about the creative society. In a week, there will be 5 of you. In a month, there will be 25. And in 2 months, everyone in your neighborhood will know about the creative society. Let's take action and make the creative society a reality. Let's watch the following video together.
You have learned about the creative society and realized that thanks to its implementation, firstly, we as humanity will be able to avoid global climate catastrophe. And secondly, we can start living a life that we have never dreamed of. This is free housing of a fairly decent size, a universal basic income of $10,000 a month, free healthcare, and new technologies that will be available to everyone. You will be in perfect health and able to extend your life in a young and beautiful body. You will be guaranteed safety and a peaceful life, free education anywhere in the world. So you will have an opportunity to reach your full potential, and many more other prospects and possibilities for every human being. To implement the creative format of society, volunteers from more than 180 countries today come together and act in a project of the same name, the Creative Society. Creative Society cannot be implemented in a single country. It can be implemented simultaneously, legally, and peacefully all over the world. This means that first of all people in the world must learn about the Creative Society and support it, and thus create a public demand for its implementation. Therefore, the first and most important step in building the Creative Society is to convey the information to everyone about the possibility to implement this format and what immense benefits it provides for every individual. Maximum activity and creativity from everyone are needed here. Where to start? You can tell about the Creative Society to all your acquaintances, loved ones, and everyone around you. And they, in turn, can inform everyone they know. The Creative Society should be known and discussed everywhere. If you want to learn more about the Creative Society, your primary resource is creativesociety.com. Particularly, such sections as international forums in building the Creative Society. While in the sections, importance of everyone's actions and learn more, you can learn about the effective ways of informing others and start applying them in practice. If you have informed even one person about the Creative Society, you have already become a participant. With a simple action, you have already joined the first and most crucial stage of building the Creative Society, the informing stage. And you have taken a step towards your bright future. Yes, it's that simple. In the Creative Society project, there are no political logos, no list of volunteers, no membership fees, and no exploitation of each other for personal gain. The Creative Society is not a commercial project. Nobody makes money on it, and no one benefits at someone else's expense. Here, people from all over the planet come together to build a society based on one simple principle. Only by improving life for the entire society can you improve it for yourself. This is the main principle of the creative format of society, which guarantees to provide benefits for everyone. The project's implementation relies solely on the goodwill and initiative of the people. Even one person can do a lot to build a creative society. And by uniting, more can be accomplished in less time. When we coordinate our actions, our abilities to inform others multiply. Do you want to inform others about the creative society quickly and effectively so that it can be implemented sooner? Join others around you, neighbors, friends, relatives, and colleagues, and establish coordination centers to inform about the creative society. Your coordination center will be a community of people who also support the creative society in your building, street, district, and city where you live, and act on a voluntary basis, taking into account local legislation. If there's no coordination center in your vicinity, that needs to be fixed. Waste no time. Inform your neighbors, find like-minded people, and create your volunteer coordination centers. What do you need to create a coordination center? Opening one is simple, and anyone can do it. First, you should inform the main coordination center about your decision through the official email on creativesociety.com. Then, by joint efforts, do everything possible within the legal framework to inform even more people about the creative society. You, people, are this coordination center. You can gather in person or virtually. You don't even need to be in the same place with other participants. You can organize your communication through a chat on any convenient social network. While meetings and coordinations can take place online via audio and video calls. The main thing is the coordination of your actions, which means a joint agreement on how you will organize the information sharing process. If you create a coordination center, it means that you create a platform where you can communicate, coordinate your actions to inform people about the creative society in your region or city, have calls, plan meetings, discuss results, distribute tasks among yourselves, brainstorm, and look for new approaches. If you have an idea, you can bring it to a general call or meeting and discuss together how to implement it. For example, together, you can print car stickers, put the logo in clothing and products, arrange for advertising in public places, and much more. You can download the designs for free from the creativesociety.com. By coordinating your efforts, you can inform about creative society and engage not only your close people, but also entire communities, groups, organizations, districts, cities, internet resources, and local media. Don't limit yourself. If you want to, you can inform your entire country and even a neighboring one. You can organize coordination centers based not only on where you live, but also on your sphere of interests, including various lifestyle communities, sports clubs, business communities, etc. You can interact with other coordination centers from different cities, countries, and the entire planet during a virtual format of coordination. The Creative Society is a unification of all humanity, all organizations, all people, all those who want to live in the Creative Society, and all those who understand the fatality of the current consumerist format are welcome here. The Creative Society is beneficial to each and everyone. How do we know that the first, informing stage of building the Creative Society is complete? And we can begin the second stage, preparing and conducting the world referendum. Imagine you're walking around your city, and you see the logo of Creative Society everywhere. And all the people around you are talking about the Creative Society. All the social networks are filled with information about Creative Society. It becomes mainstream worldwide. This means that there is a public demand for building the Creative Society on the whole planet. Thus, we're moving to the next stage, preparing and conducting the world referendum to adopt by all humankind. The creative model of development is the only acceptable and necessary for the survival of humankind. In preparation for the world referendum, the necessary legal and technical framework for its organization will be developed and adopted. Once a positive decision is adopted at the global referendum, the electoral platform for self-governance of society will become fully operational. Every person will be able to control and vote for or against the adoption of different laws. This resource will be publicly available, transparent, and protected by the most advanced technologies. Through the electoral platform, power is effectively returned to the people. It returns to each and every one of you. This platform is a legislative basis, meaning the only source of mandatory statutes by which humankind will live. Implementing the creative society is an entirely new approach, without any revolutions, and everything happens within the legislative framework of each country. Thanks to this, we can peacefully transition from the consumerist to the creative format by an evolutionary path. And we will be able not only save our lives and the lives of all humanity, but also open up opportunities and perspectives that we have never even dreamed of. The creative society is a unique format that can solve all modern problems and crises. Never before in the history of humanity has anything like this taken place. Its implementation depends on each of us. So act now. Do not wait for someone else to make your life better. Act now in order to live the way you have always desired. Act now if you want to live in a free, safe, and prosperous creative society.
It is incredible that we have this opportunity now to create coordination centers, to interact with each other and to interact with other coordination centers at both local and international levels. We can exchange experiences and ideas. Our organized action will lead to much greater and much faster results than if we acted alone.
Our cohesion and results are more important than ever because time is against us. More and more cataclysms are happening, and with each climate event, we see how much we are unprepared for what is coming. The climate Cerberus doesn't give us time for contemplation. We have only time to act, with unity and courage.
We cannot delay because the climate aggravates the situation every day. We must actively inform people about the Creative Society, tell them what the Creative Society will give each of us. But the most important thing that the Creative Society guarantees us is saving our lives. The most significant benefit of the Creative Society for every person is that we will all stay alive.
Exactly. As it was said earlier at the conference, to make it possible for scientists to deal with climate change and prevent a catastrophe, certain conditions are needed. And these conditions can only be provided by the Creative Society. Its building requires two stages, and we are now in the first one, the stage of informing. So by telling everyone about the Creative Society, you are helping to build it faster, thus starting the chain of events that will allow us all to be safe from climate disasters. Remember this.
Today we talked about the crises that negatively affect our life. Yes, we do have many problems. High utility bills, high poverty rate, crisis in healthcare and other problems. Yes, we complain about many things, including the need to save on food and eat bread with water. But despite all this, we are happy. Yes, you've heard it right. Believe me, our life is not so bad because we are alive. Because the climate Cerberus hasn't come to us yet. We don't even realize how lucky we are. In Turkey, in Syria, where people were left under the rubble, that's where the people are unfortunate. In Hawaii, where everything is scorched to the ground, that's where the people are unfortunate. Those are the places where people are really unfortunate, where water streams destroy everything in their path.
That's where the people are unfortunate.
Where landslides cover people's houses. That's where the people are unfortunate. God forbid that we should go through what those people have gone through. Because when the Cerberus comes to us, then we will understand what real trouble is, what misfortune is. That's when we will truly realize that the most precious thing we have is our lives, but it will be too late. Therefore, as long as we still have an opportunity, even the slightest chance, we must do everything not to let it happen.